Yarra City Council November meeting. Yarra City Council acknowledges the Wurundjeri Woi-wurrung people as the traditional owners and true sovereigns of the land now known as Yarra. We acknowledge elders. We acknowledge the strength and resilience of the Wurundjeri Woi-wurrung who have never ceded sovereignty and retain their strong connections to family despite the impacts of European invasion. We also acknowledge the significant contributions made by other Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people to life in Yarra. We pay our respect to all nations here today and to their elders past, present and future. We have all the councillors here with the exception of Councillor Mackenzie who's is on her way, I'm sure. All the relevant officers are here. Have we got any leave of absence for future? No. Okay. Declarations of conflict of interest. I'm going to ask first up the councillors. A question, and if you don't have, say I do. Councillor Aston.
I do.
Councillor Crossland.
I do.
Councillor Davies.
I do.
Councillor Gomez.
I do.
Councillor Harrison.
I do.
Councillor Ho.
I do.
Councillor Mackenzie's not here. Councillor Wade.
I do.
And I do as well. We have a conflict of interest in the CEO, Sue Wilkinson, for item 14.3 and confidential. Are there any other conflicts of interest from any other staff members? Okay. Confirmation of minutes of the last meeting, the October meeting. Can somebody move that way?
Can I raise a small issue with that?
Yes.
Minutes? In just reading through it today, Mayor, the item 9.2, it says naming of the Fitzroy North Linear Park in honour of the late Barry Pullen, naming a section of the linear park in honour of the late Barry Pullen.
Okay, I'll ask governance to take that on notice and make that change. There's no problem with that. So we've got 2 minutes that we have to move. The first one is the last normal council meeting on the 14th of October. Councillor Gomez, happy to move the minutes. Yes. Anyone else like to second it? Councillor Harrison, all those in favour. Councillor Wade.
Up on the screen right now, it says we're moving all 3 minutes at once. Can I just confirm? Okay.
Just in case there's
at once. Can I just confirm? Okay.
Just in case there's issues, yeah. So we're only doing the 4 issues, yeah. So we're only doing the 14th now. Council meeting. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Okay, that's passed. We now go to the extraordinary council meetings. There's 2 of them. We'll do them in one hit. Would anyone like to move? Anyone want to second? Councillor Gomez, thank you. All those in favour, please raise your hand. That is passed unanimously. We'll move on to public question time. 7 people that I know of. You come up to the front. You can ask one question per person. The first person I've got is Tim McLean. Welcome, Tim. If anyone's got a phone, if you can just whack it on mute, that'd be great, please.
So, thank you, councillors. Many of you know me. It's a little bit of a shame to be back here 2 years later talking about the same issue that some of you heard 2 years ago. In January 2025, after a campaign that residents had, in January 2023, after a campaign of 5 or 6 years by residents, completed traffic works on Miller Street, North Fitzroy, and residents genuinely hoped that this would provide about the safety of the street and the amenity for residents, cyclists, pedestrians and other users. What happened is that the speed platforms were designed in a way that transport guidelines, they are specifically designed to facilitate travel at 40 kilometres an hour. So the gradient allows cars to easily travel at 40 kilometres an hour, and in reality we routinely see cars now travelling down our street 70 or 80 kilometres an hour. That's putting the people who the modifications aim to help at even greater risk, because if anything, the cars are going faster. So residents have put together a petition, almost 300 signatures this time, which I'm grateful for Councillor Ken Gomez will table today, that suggests 3 things: a 30 kilometre-hour speed limit, changes to the bikes so that people stop crashing into them because they're going so fast that we're routinely getting people crashing into the concrete curbs. The additional speed cushions being installed on top of the current ineffective speed platform. Solution, we believe, which would force cars and light commercial vehicles to slow down without inhibiting buses, garbage truck. So will the council listen to those residents and install those additional concrete speed cushions to force vehicles to slow to safe speeds on Miller Street?
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks, Tim, for the question. Council plans to review the impact of the Miller Street works after 12 months of operations, which will be in approximately March or April of 2026. That's our standard practice. At this time, officers will consider traffic volumes and speeds and consider whether additional or adjusted traffic calming measures are required. Just as for your information, Council is also constructing a pedestrian crossing at the Mary Street Primary School in that street this year, which we also think will slow some traffic. We'll communicate with residents again at that time, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Norm O'Brien. The light's already on, so you can just go get stuck in.
Thank you, Mayor. More than 4 years ago, on the 5th of October 2021, this council voted unanimously in favour of a motion put by you, Mayor Jolly, that would require the private Alphington Grammar School to remove the illegal fence and the gates which the school had built across the old Heidelberg Road reservation, which was in fact the very first road ever constructed out of the Melbourne CBD in the early 1840s. This unanimous resolution of the Council in October 21 was supported by 96% of nearly 400 public submissions which the Council received on the issue. The resolution in October 2021 stated, quote, "The old Heidelberg Road reservation is required to be reopened to enable general public access by pedestrians to the Darebin Creek Reserve, and the Council authorises its officers to take all necessary steps to implement that outcome." As all councillors and all local residents know, Alphington Grammar School simply ignored the Council's 2021 resolution and its direction that it remove the illegal fence and gates. 4 years later, the fence and the gates have now finally been removed by council contractors. Alphington residents and the many others who seek pedestrian access to the iconic Darebin Creek Trail via Alphington are very grateful for this. As the October of the removal of the illegal fence and gates was to make the Darebin Creek Trail accessible to local and visiting walkers via Alphington. School has responded to the removal of the fence and the gates by effectively blocking off access to the Darebin Creek Trail for any walkers by constructing a post. This is also illegal because it blocks the old Heidelberg Road easement down by the creek, which is shown on all government maps. And for reference, councillors, you'll find those maps in the bundle of papers for council meeting. My question to the council is this: will this council take steps to ensure that Darebin Creek Trail is made truly accessible to walkers via the old Heidelberg Road reservation, consistently with its unanimous 2021 resolution, by requiring Alphington Grammar School to remove illegally across the road reservation beside Darebin Creek?
Thank you, Norm. Sam Hewitt.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks for your question, Norm. Alphington Grammar has constructed a fence on land it owns in accordance with the planning permit 230576. Council does not consider Alphington Grammar's fence construction illegal. Council removed the fence and gates across Old Heidelberg Road because it considered the fence illegally occupied Council's road. Access to the Darebin Creek Trail was always going to remain a challenge. The state government has plans to create access to the trail via Farm Road, and Council will support its efforts if we're asked to do so. Thank you, Mayor.
Can I just add something to that? The ward councillor, Sarah McKenzie, and Deputy Mayor, is running a little bit late, but herself and myself as Mayor met with the state member for Northcote. You know her well, I'm sure. And what she's indicated to us is that, as Mr. Hewitt just said, the state have got a plan to create access to the trail via Farm Road. Now, they're going to do that whether we like it or not. They think that's a big winner for them. Personally, I would like nothing better than to go right down Old Heidelberg Road straight to the trail for a whole number of reasons. But my strong advice to you is to go and talk to the state member, because they're if they do it, there's nothing, you know, whether it's good, bad or indifferent, there's not much we can say or do about it. But I'd strongly recommend You talk to her as soon as you can before the wheels get in motion to such a degree that you can't. And just say, I don't think it should be in Farm Road, it should be in in Old Heidelberg Road, if that is your view. But that's where the ball is at the moment. Thank you, Norm. The next person is Shane Delphine.
Shane Delphine from Yarra, Climate Action Now. The City of Burundara maintained details of successful prosecutions for tree-related offences brought by the City of Burundara over the past 3 years are recorded. The principal purpose of the website is to shame offenders. Fines that councils can impose for such offences are insufficient to deter offending. The City of Burundara clearly takes malicious damage to its precious canopy trees very seriously. So to my question, how many fines did the City of Yarra pursued over the past 3 years in relation to damage to or removal of significant trees? And furthermore, how many fines were issued in relation to failure by developers to comply with tree-related obligations in planning orders?
Thank you, Shane. Mary Osmond, please.
Through you, Mayor. Thanks, Shane. How you going? Over the years 21 to 24, Council has not pursued any direct prosecutions for damage or removal of trees. However, we have issued infringements. Prior to this period, Council had prosecuted the matter where significant breaches occurred, and Council will continue to do so. We're aware of Burundara's website, and we understand that Burundara have a relatively high rate of prosecutions, in part because there are more trees requiring a permit to be removed. But in saying that, Yarra has a high rate of people applying to remove or lop trees in accordance with council processes. So, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. The next person is Nancy Malloy. Welcome, Nancy. Do you need a hand in any way?
I just need the chair removed.
Mohammed, could you just move that chair, please, for the... Welcome, Nancy.
Hi everyone, my name is Nancy Malloy and I'm here to talk about the Empower program again, which I've been talking about since 2022. With it, it's a gym program for people with chronic illness or disability. The classes need to have the second gym instructor restored, which is a simple matter an hour earlier, and enabling 2 gym instructors to oversee the class for the 45-minute session. It's an opportunity for instructors to learn how the class should be run, to be familiar with their programs. People with chronic illness and disability particularly need to feel safe, feel supported, and have confidence in the gym instructors, different in how they operate compared to the Move for Life classes, which are attended by a group of able-bodied people. Currently, the Empower class members' safety is at risk. With Leisure Centre, the class is spread across 3 rooms, and it's impossible for one gym instructor to monitor all the class members to make sure they are using the equipment correctly. City of Yarra's Health and Fitness Coordinator has previously said that a 5-to-1 ratio, 5 clients to 1 gym instructor, is adequate. And every gym instructor who has covered the classes agrees. Also, with the success of the program, due to Andrew Chilver and Xavier Gleeson, class numbers to 8, without appointing a second gym instructor, so Yarra Leisure is currently breaking its own rules. The CEO seems to be to reduce the budget of leisure services.
Just, sorry to interrupt you, Nancy, you can't make a personal accusation or attack on any officer or councillor. So can you just rephrase that, maybe along the lines you're hoping that there are no cuts to services or something like that, please?
Okay. I don't know. There seems to be a continued mission by council to reduce the budget of leisure services. These last couple of years, and more so over these last 6 months, by various means, there seems to be efforts to try and dumb
You've
down
got 30 seconds left.
the important role of the gym instructors with a view to cutting costs to the detriment of the Empower class. As I've said at previous council meetings, the Empower program is an amazing initiative which should be embraced by council rather than targeting the program for budget cuts. Allied health professionals, particularly at the Epworth Hospital, speak highly of the program and how valuable it is to have such a program to refer the patients to after rehab. It's a program the council
Nancy,
should be proud
sorry,
of.
you've run out of time, so can you just state your question? I'm going to give you extra time. If you can just go straight to the question,
Well,
please.
we need the second gym instructor
Just put it in the form of it's a question time, so please.
When will council restore the second gym instructor to the
Thank you,
Empower
Nancy.
classes?
Sam Hewitt, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks, Nancy. I'm not sure I can add much more, Nancy, to the answers I've given to this or similar questions previously on a number of occasions. At those times, I reported that Council's investment in the Empower programs has increased over the past 5 years. The program is popular and we think it's meeting community need. We've gone from running 4 classes a week to 14. Currently, class occupancy is sitting around 30%, so there's plenty of room. I just might respond briefly to your suggestion that we're cutting budgets. Council's leisure services budget continues to be invested in at greater levels each year. So it's not accurate to say we're cutting budgets. In fact, the council is investing more in leisure services. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Harrison.
So, because I just wanted to ask if that's something that we could look at addressing in the budget process next year, the level of support that's provided to those classes.
Yeah, we can look at anything in the budget, so definitely I think that's something that we should take on board, what Nancy's saying, and look at it. But the officers, if you email me tomorrow, I'll show you the relevant bits in the budget, and maybe we can have a coffee offline or with the ward councillor, Councillor Gomez. I think you're in Councillor Gomez's ward, but we'll get you that information and let's discuss it offline. You can ring me anytime. Thanks, Nancy.
Thanks.
Thank you. The next person with the question is Mohammed Abdul Rahman.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor Stephen, Councillor Stephen. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. My name is Mohammed, and I represent a peak body that brings together Eritrean community organizations across Victoria and other states. Our community has a long-standing presence, including myself, in the city of Yarra, with many Eritrean Australian families living in Richmond, Collingwood, Fitzroy, and parts of Carlton. For over 25 years, we have been proudly held our annual Eritrean Cultural Festival every January. It's a time for families, many with young children, to come together and celebrate their cultural heritage in a peaceful and inclusive environment. This year, with the support of the mayor and deputy mayor and also staff members, very friendly staff members in the council, we tentatively secured a booking for January, end of January 2026. And till yesterday, that we received an email advising that the booking would not proceed due to risk assessment. While we fully understand and respect the importance of public safety, we would like to ask the following. Basically, why couldn't the person or the team responsible for this decision engage with the festival organizing committee before reaching such a conclusion? I see consideration has not been given to the impact on our local families, particularly young mothers and youth who were looking forward to attending a culturally significant event within their own neighborhood. As a community, we are fully committed to ensuring a safe and a well-managed event. We have children as young as 5 years old who participate, and we also invite respected dignitaries, and this can be proven.
30 seconds.
Yes. In line with the Council's guidance, we have committed to hire licensed security guards, maintaining the recommended ratio of 1 to 100. We acknowledge that an unfortunate incident took place in January 2024, but it was a rare and isolated occurrence. In our 25-year history, legal actions was taken, and those involved were charged with trespassing and placed on diversion order. Since then, our organization has taken serious measures. Thank you.
So I think the CEO got that question. Yep. Thank you. The CEO will respond to your question.
Thank you, Mohammed, for the question. Yes, it is true that I've made the decision not to accept the booking for your event. It was not a decision that was taken at all lightly. We sought advice from Victoria Police, who have flagged concerns about challenges in community safety and indicated the very high likelihood of protest disruptions and confrontations by rival groups, not your group, but by rival groups. As CEO, I have a very serious obligation to manage occupational health and safety and the welfare, not just of the community, but also of anyone that is attending the events, but also my staff, because a town hall is a workplace, and it's not possible for us to have an event without my staff being in attendance. So I had to balance those things, the advice both from VicPol, but also our own assessment, and on that basis, that was what informed the basis of the decision. I will also note that I'm aware that this is a decision that has been made previously by other councils in Melbourne too.
Thank you, CEO. I've just got a question and maybe a follow-up to the CEO. The question for Mohammed was why the staff, the people who made the decision, either yourself or Mr. McGrath's area, didn't or cannot meet with the organising committee, because their point of view, and I'm sure I'll be interrupted if I've got this wrong, is that there was an incident, but those people have been charged, they've got intervention orders against them and so on and so forth, and there's zero chance that they're going to come back and cause any trouble. And therefore, there's a huge disappointment. So I don't disagree with anything you said about the safety of the staff and the community, but is it possible to have a sit-down meeting with the relevant leaders from the Yarra Train Committee and yourself and or other staff members, and maybe even find out from you what the police actually said to you, because it's very, very hard to defend yourself when the police are saying something, but it's not actually in writing, if you know what I mean. So I was just wondering if you could respond to that, please.
Thank you, Mayor. So I know the General Manager of the relevant area spoke with Mohammed this afternoon, and we corresponded over the last few days. There is a standing offer to meet that's been made, that offer. In terms of VicPol, Mohammed, if you and the Eritrean community have a query about the advice from VicPol, I'm certainly happy to provide the details of the police that we spoke to. I'm not really at liberty to give you the advice, but I have characterised it pretty directly. So I don't think there's any lack of clarity about the advice from VicPol. That advice was received as recently as last Thursday, so I can be fairly certain that VicPol have given us contemporary advice that takes into account perhaps what is indicated has been changed circumstances since 2024. But of course, we're really happy to meet.
So you should take up that offer of a meeting. You don't get a second shot, so there's an offer of a meeting. You should take that up tomorrow. We'll sort that out tomorrow. The next person is Tweldy Kidane.
Thank you.
Thank you for having me. You already mentioned everything what we're supposed to bring the idea up here to the questions, all the questions and suggestions. So everything is mentioned, but we're hoping to consider to just serve our community. And we've been working hard for a long time together, Steve, and we really appreciate for your help. And also the council, we need your help to support our community, and thank you.
Thank you. I'll take that as a comment. Is there any other questions here, by the way? Anyone hasn't registered? Can you just turn that thing off? Thank you. So just
Sorry,
in a nutshell...
my question is just, you already asked it, so...
No, that's okay. That's
yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
We've got a lot on the agenda, so that's fine. So where we're at with that is that both sides will make contact tomorrow and sort that meeting out, and we'll take it up tomorrow. Okay, we're moving on to council business reports.
Yes.
Yes.
Mayor, can
Councillor
I ask, because some of the community have to go early, can I make it the item 7.4 for, we moved up to 7.1 to the top?
Yeah, that's a motion.
Yeah. Swap, yeah. First, cancel. Mm-hmm.
No, I support the fact that there's many community members here want to speak about it, so I'll bring it to the front.
All right, thank you. Anyone want to speak? Councillor Wade.
Yeah, we've got, I'd be happy to support moving this after 7.1, but we've got quite a lot of community members here for 7.1 as well who thought they were here to speak on the first item. So I'm either speaking against or proposing an amendment to move it to after 7.1.
Okay.
Sorry.
So we've had a speaker. Anyone else like to speak on this matter? Okay, we put it to the vote. All those in favour of the Councillor Ho Gomez motion to move 7.4, which is the Advocacy Roadmap 2025-29, to the first agenda item, please put your hand up. Davies, Gomez, Ho, Jolly, Harrison, Aston, against Crossland and Councillor Wade. That is carried. So we move straight along to what's a new 7.1, which is the Advocacy Roadmap. We've got some submitters here, I see. So I'll just do it in the order of what I've got them here. Doi Quang Nguyen, President of the Vietnamese Community in Australia, Victorian Chapter. Welcome, sir. Just press the button before you talk, and you've got, because we've got a certain number of people, you get 2 minutes only.
2 minutes only?
2 minutes, yeah.
Okay.
I'll give you, when you've got 30 seconds left, I'll let you know.
Yes. Good evening, Mayor Stephen Choi and all councillor. I am Duy Quang Nguyen, President of the Vietnamese community in Victoria and Vice President of the Vietnamese community in Australia. And in 1983, I came to Richmond. I live in Landlock Street. I study English in Landlock Street, and I work in Victoria Street. I bought the first house in Hodo Street, and all of my family live in city of Yarra. I observe Richmond booming and become a little of Saigon. And I also observe Richmond going down, you know, when the injection room introduced into Landlock Street. It only 10 years, but in Landlock now become, you know, unsafety place. You know, the injection room next to this primary school and in the housing commission and in the residential area. This weekend, you know, there will be rally protest against the injection room. So I call all of you to think about the safety of the people in Richmond and the benefit of the people you present to join with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. The next person is Thang Ha Phuc Thong from Temple. Welcome. And you've got 2 minutes as soon as you start talking. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Tanha. I'm the Vice President of the Temple in North Richmond. I've been associated with the Temple for 28 years, from 1997. For the first 2 decades, the Temple been welcomed many people from Yarra and from other suburbs to the Temple for practicing the meditation, prayer, and Bible study. Especially for the young family, they love to come to the Temple in the weekend with their young children to connect with our culture and religion and in a very safe environment. Our door was open widely to welcome the whole community. Since the injection room opened in 19, we started to see a lot of problems. Violence, break-in constantly, and we have to close the main door. And we have to put the metal bars on the windows. And we lose many more. We lost more than half of the community, with the young family no longer want to come to the Temple because of this problem. This is very sad. When one door opens, many doors have to close. We have been struggling for many, many years. And across Victoria, we have 26 Vietnamese Buddhist temples, and we have more than 10,000 of members who are supporting us to fight for a safe place for our community. Please pass on our message. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Rebecca Morden. Welcome, Rebecca.
Thank you, Mayor. We think of the injecting room in terms of drug activity, but the police have dubbed it a one-stop shop for crime with good reason. It's a hub for every sort of crime. We see frequent drug driving, a constant trade in stolen goods, stolen vehicles, home invasions, a cache of firearms and other weapons offences, sex offences including multiple sexual exposures to primary school children. Drugs are fueling domestic violence, and we're seeing retail theft increase massively. We've seen arson, fraud, public injecting and defecation. Yarra currently has over 1,800 assaults per year, the highest after the city. Who suffers most from having this crime hub located in one of the highest density areas of Melbourne? Public housing tenants, who are extremely vulnerable, many of them. We have hundreds of children living metres away, going to school next door, playing soccer and basketball alongside the injecting room. Constant exposure to drug activity is their new normal. A recent ABC report on youth crime, more broadly, stated that adult offenders are exploiting young people. They use kids as puppets to do their dirty work, knowing these kids
30 seconds.
will just get released back out to do more work. Children from multicultural communities are some of those most at risk. My question to you is anyone serious about supporting our young people, or are we willing to compromise their futures by continually exposing them to organised crime and drug activity? Thank you.
Thanks, Rebecca. Alan Mitchell.
Oh, I'm staying here for Alan Mitchell because Alan is unable to make it tonight, so I'm reading on his behalf.
No problem.
That's okay, Mayor?
As soon as you start talking, I'll set the 2 minutes.
Right, I just have to
take your time.
Bring up his speech.
Just to our Eritrean comrades here, this meeting will go till all hours, so don't feel that you have to hang around all night. We'll chase you up tomorrow for that meeting. But you're very, very welcome to stay. Just shout, Rebecca, when you're ready with Alan.
Thank you. The debate, discussion and social media ranting about the injecting room has gone on for years now. The public, to a certain degree, has been desensitised to the issue because of the repetitive use Repetitive use of words like compassion, amenity, vulnerable, stigmatised, antisocial, confronting, the list goes on. At the heart of the matter is not the services provided in the room, but the activity surrounding it. So the obvious question to be addressed is all about the location. Is the MSIR in the wrong spot? To get clarity on this question, simply apply it to the main stakeholders. Local residents, in particular the occupants of the housing towers, the quality of life and the collective psyche of the local residents has been damaged. Local conditions have been in free fall. Fear and a constant sense of anxiety is now the new norm. Local businesses have struggled to survive financially and many have gone under altogether. The children of the primary school next door to the facility, the constant under siege atmosphere must be taking a toll. The human tragedy and the criminal activity all in close proximity is not educational. It is forming future destructive anxieties. The MSIR brand and its future, because of the controversial location and frequent conflict with the local community, drug users are continuously in the media spotlight. This is not helpful for those seeking help or for those that could possibly be persuaded to do so. The North Richmond example has
30 seconds.
significantly damaged the MSI brand and made the drug community more stigmatised than they were, as well as making life hell for local residents. It's because of this ill-considered location that no one else wants a North Richmond experience next to them. The irony is that the proponents of the MSIR who established it are effectively quashing any chance of future facilities by resisting moving it from this controversial site. However, a relocation and applying the lessons learned during the trial would be a step forward for the harm minimisation movement.
Thanks, Rebecca, on behalf of Alan. Shane Delphine, welcome.
Shane Delphine, Yarra Climate Action Now. So Yarra Climate Action Now generally endorses the content of the roadmap, but believes that it could be expanded in a few meaningful ways. First, there are no advocacy topics in the roadmap which address climate change mitigation. Yet we need to fight to prevent every 0.1 degree of warming, as every 0.1 degree of warming brings more devastation, more intense heat waves, more flooding rains. One really practical topic relating to mitigation that Council could pursue with the state government relates to setting a deadline for the phase out of gas for space heating. While in June this year, the government announced that from the 1st of March 2027, gas hot water systems will not be able to be replaced at the end of life, there was surprisingly no similar announcement made pertaining to gas space heating systems. So that would be a really practical thing that Council could pursue with state government in relation to climate change mitigation. Another topic of advocacy that we'd like to see Council pursue with state and federal governments relates to plastic waste, the volume of which continues to explode. We need new laws which seek to achieve two goals. The first is the reduction of single-use plastics across all facets of our society. The second is a capping of the amount of virgin plastic and new plastic products in order to provide a viable secondary market for all of the plastic that our communities recycle. And this could be part of the waste strategy, which is currently under consideration. Something like this could be put in that strategy as an advocacy point to state government. Thank you.
The next person is Sharon Nevin. Welcome, Sharon.
Thank you, Mayor. This is my first time. Which is the button that I push? Or am I on? My name is Sharon Nevin. I'm a 25-year resident of North Richmond. My family has a history of addiction, death and incarceration due to drugs, and it's important that addiction is treated and lives are saved, and I do care. When the MSIR was proposed, I had rose-coloured glasses hoping it would do what it promised to save lives, and it seems it has, but it has also negatively impacted my community. We've tried to highlight the issues only to be told we're whingers or NIMBYs. There's been an open disregard for community feedback. If we had believed that we were heard and some kind of action was being taken, our support would not have died. We have every right to speak out when we have drug dealers everywhere with no arrest. 300 users wander our streets every day, many in frightening states of madness. when our streets are littered with needles, drug paraphernalia, vomit, faeces, drug dealing, drug urination and urination in full view, that's not improved amenity. One fundamental error with the room is its location, but this issue should not be political. The community and the users should not be pawns in the political game. We can do better and we must do better. If we are truly committed to saving lives and supporting vulnerable members of our community, then we must ensure that we get this right. There is no benefit to anyone if those in control continue to deny the issues raised and insist that the current location is appropriate. For harm minimisation centres, whether injecting rooms or other support services to be effective and accepted, they must be situated in locations that are safe, suitable and supported by the community. Importantly, many users themselves have acknowledged that the location is not ideal, and if a maternity health clinic can be relocated in the interest of safety and accessibility, then surely the same consideration can extend to the MSIR. Listening to the community, including those who use the service, is not a weakness but a strength. As the safety and well-being of children and families has been ignored, the MSIR has lost the very support needed to sustain these services. Thank you.
Thanks, Sharon. Robert Buttery, please.
Mayor and councillors, I'm a North Richmond resident and like to put in a plug for this area. I'm sure the councillors learned very early in their career that every suburb has the most important issues and lays claim to council resources. Unfortunately, North Richmond would be genuinely at the top of that list for the wrong reasons. We have major issues with safety, major issues with crime, and major issues with amenity. And we have to be brutally honest and acknowledge that baked into this community is a long-standing culture of drug use, superimposed on a very complicated social history. Personally, I've been caught in a situation where the street's been locked down due to violent, life-threatening activity. This has been outside the school and completely unacceptable. There are significant safety issues in this area. I've personally been involved in home invasion, home break-in, thefts, car break-ins, parcel theft, mail theft. There are significant crime issues in this area. There's antisocial behaviour that is unacceptable. I cannot begin to understand how children cope with this. So this motion, which is one of going into bat, is very applicable to North Richmond. We need traction, we need acknowledgement there are significant issues in this area. So this motion addresses that, with the council being able to advocate on residents' behalf for these significant issues. I commend this motion and ask that council bat for North Richmond.
Thank you. The next person is Andrew Fu from the Victoria Street Business Association. Andrew, welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Jolly and councillors. As a representative of the Trade Association of Victoria Street, we speak in support of making a different change for the MSIR, because community at this moment deserves safety, and we need to bring back pride in Richmond. And this is a real opportunity for actually to go in and work together as a community to actually revive the North Richmond area. The injection room has actually brought much chaos to North Richmond. Safety is a first for this moment. What we're seeing is Richmond is becoming a place where people steal, deal and inject openly. While the MSIR definitely helps some people, it also attracts many who don't actually use the service and also aren't suitable clients. This creates constant disruption and fear for local residents and businesses. Look, we're all committed to reviving Victoria Street, the council, the community, local businesses and also the state government. And we've just put on, I think, $750,000 investment for Victoria Street alone. And if you're seeing people sleeping rough outside, I don't think that's going to convey much in terms of attracting more investment and even much confidence of what we're doing right now. Finally, we're asking for leadership and action. We want a stronger and coordinated approach with community police presence, better support for vulnerable people, and just bringing some pride back into Tigerland, which is where Richmond has been, and Richmond has been a sort of a crown jewel of Melbourne. Together, we can make Victoria a safer place that's vibrant, more respected for everybody who lives and works here and visits here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The second last speaker is Helen on behalf of HOA residents. If you're not here, will we go on? I've got Stephen Linar, who's... Thank you, Councillor Ho. I've got somebody replacing somebody. So what's this person's name? Yep, thank you. Go ahead. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I am Hoa. I live in Richmond, nearly 40 years, but now we are not happy in this area because when the Richmond Council set up the drug room, it make residents here not safe, not peace a few years ago. For example, such as my house, the thief breaking my house and breaking my car. A lot of problem is my area a few years ago. These are my grandchildren. They didn't visit me because they said, I'm not visit the grandma because I'm scared in this month and scare the people. Why? Some people make me, I can't visit the grandma. Many problems. Now, this meeting, many times. Now I request, please, Mayor and Councillor here, remove this rec room for residents here. Recover this my area because before, because destroy my area some years ago. Now I request about remove this rec room, please. More for residents in my North Richmond.
Thank you, Hong. Okay, we've come to the end of registered speakers. I've got two alternate motions in front of me. I've got one from Councillor Crossland, which is essentially the officer recommendation with a relatively non-controversial amendment. And I've got a other alternative motion from Councillor Aston, which is significant change to the advocacy plan. So just think about that. I've just been reminded, are there any questions to officers at this stage? At this stage, yes, Councillor Davies.
I just have a question for officers. How many needles are we cleaning up every month on behalf of the state government?
I think Mr. McCall's going to take that question. Yeah, just behind you, Councillor Davies. Press the button. Yeah.
I don't have the figure actually right immediately in front of me. I know it is in the thousands across the city, yes.
Thank you. Any other questions at this stage? Councillor Gomez.
Just one question to the officers in response to Mr. Delphine's question about how the advocacy roadmap doesn't have a significant amount for climate change mitigation. Our investment and our advocacy with Melbourne Water and the state government around improving and upgrading our stormwater network is in part, or a substantial part of it, is to address the climate change adverse storm impacts that we're expecting in the next 75 years. Is that correct?
Yes.
Any other questions? Okay, I've got two alternate motions. I've just discussed it with Mr. Delosa here. I'm going to take Councillor Aston's ones first because it's a fundamental change, or addition, I should say, probably a better way of putting it, to the advocacy roadmap of 25 to 29. And then I'll take Councillor Crossland's one after that. So can we ask governance to get that motion, that alternate motion from Council? By the way, Councillor Aston, do you have a seconder? No seconder? Well, that collapses. Councillor Ho? Okay, so that's on the screen. Just in a nutshell, you're not speaking to it now, just explain what it is, please.
This alternate is essentially to add to the key asks of the advocacy plan for the relocation of the MSIR to a more appropriate location and to be accompanied by increase in recovery and rehabilitation services, and to modify a couple of additional places in the roadmap about enhancing safety in our streets and public spaces to be consistent with the main ask.
Thank you. Okay, can we just we haven't passed it yet, so I wouldn't be clapping too early. Are there any questions to Councillor Aston on this alternate motion? Okay, Councillor Aston, you've got 3 minutes. Sorry, Councillor Wade.
It's not a question to Councillor Aston, it's a question to governance. This is a fairly major department from our policies, including our municipal health and wellbeing plan, which is referred to in the council plan. Is that something that can be changed without notice in the agenda and without changing those underlying policies?
Through you, Mayor. Thanks, Councillor Wade. I'm not aware of the community health plan requirements, so I can't make an assessment about how much this changes it or does or doesn't. So
the CEO is going to chop you out here.
Okay.
Yeah. CEO.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Wade. In terms of, from a governance perspective, it's acceptable to move an alternate motion that makes an addition like that is proposed. I would encourage councillors to be considered, take into consideration the other policy settings, but there's nothing preventing this as an alternative motion because it's not an amendment, so it's not contrary to a motion that's on the table.
Thank you. Councillor Wade.
I guess my question is more, what does that mean if we've got inconsistent policies? Like, for example, the Municipal Health and Wellbeing Plan that we just passed talks about minimising the impacts of
Well, you're taking a lot
use.
for granted there that it's inconsistent. There's some of us here who don't think it's inconsistent, but that's sort of a debatable point. But if you've got a question for the CEO.
I guess my question is, at a high level, are councillors able to change the council plan and the Municipal Health and Wellbeing Plan as amendments to motions?
That's a question.
Sorry, as alternative motions in other advocacy settings, etc.
Thank you. That's really clear. Thank you, CEO.
There's a process to amend the council plan and the health and wellbeing plan. That it's an adopted document. I haven't formed a view, in all honesty, Councillor Wade, about whether or not this creates an inconsistency. I'm not. I would have to, and we would work through that. In the event that this was supported, we would have to work through where and if any inconsistency arose. I'm not aware, though, that the council plan turns its mind to the location of the MSIR. It certainly talks about, and certainly the health and wellbeing plan talks about supporting harm reduction and health and wellbeing, but I'm not sure that it talks to the location. So it will have to, if in the event that this is passed, we'll have to work it through with councillors.
Thank you. Councillor Aston, you've got 3 minutes to speak to this motion, starting now.
There is a lot of good stuff already in this advocacy plan. There's advocating for the Collingwood Town Hall Affordable Housing Project, which will be going out to community consultation soon, which is a fantastic initiative and I'm really passionate about. It's also got advocacy for a North Richmond community hub, which will fill a gap in the infrastructure in our very fast-growing community that's very much needed. It talks about the Richmond Library, which has been a key priority of this council since its election, and also includes the emerging needs to support our community health centres after the shattering news about the co-health situation. Those are all really important things to advocate for. But we have heard from the community tonight that there is a gap, and this aims to fill that gap. I am not going to recount some of the stories that the community has spoken about tonight, but I am going to tell you one that I heard during the election campaign, which really hurt my heart. There was a young woman, it was her first child. She'd had a caesarean. She went to the maternal health service at the North Richmond Health Centre, and it's her first baby. It's her first visit to the centre. She was very, very nervous. It was the first time she'd driven a car by herself since her caesarean. And when she got there, she was accosted by several drug dealers and by several people having very severe episodes as a result of their drug use. This shocked her. It made her feel fearful. This was her first baby. She was a young woman with a young partner who were looking forward to a life in Yarra. She spoke to me during the election campaign and told me of this experience. After the election campaign, she told me about another experience that she'd had that was very, very similar. Then she called me again and told me that she and her partner had decided to leave Yarra and move to the burbs because they valued all the amenity of Yarra, all of the excitement, but the one thing they valued most was the safety of their baby and their child as it grew up. And they were prepared to get rid of their fun times in order to support and make sure that they raised their child somewhere that they felt was safe. So I do believe that this is consistent with the Municipal Health and Wellbeing Plan because we did actually advocate for increased recovery and rehabilitation services. So this amendment is not saying that there cannot be an MSIR. It's not even saying that there can't be an MSIR in Yarra. It's saying that there should not be an MSIR in a heavily residential area right next to a primary school.
Councillor Austin, your time has run out. Councillor Ho, you've got 3 minutes starting now.
Thank you, that's what. So, as a councillor now, I advocacy this for the last 15 years. I never oppose MSR. I always believe we need to have, but this, as a I lived for 40 years. It's been 4 decades. I see watching this evolve, and sadly our community is going backward. Residents experience a clear sustained decline in amenity and safety. That's because the only state MSR in Victoria. Why can't we have more of this in CBD, on the west side, southeast side? And that's why we've been constrained with all this heavy lifting from sober, we help to pill testing. I'm asking for more of this, not only in North Richmond. But this is now not safe for residents, local trader, even the people who want to come here to dine and eat. What was once a vibrant, welcoming, become a corner of a concerning where people don't want to come because it's all visible drug activity, discard syringe everywhere, public intoxication, and homeless. I remember the time when I was young, growing up, it was one of the vibrant, you couldn't have finally a table eating on Victoria Street or people shopping, feeling. But now it's struggling because many shops closing. People call this a ghetto, and I don't like that. It's a perception only. I live here, I understand. It's still safe it is, but it's not. I'm touched from my heart experience because the stability I feel not belonging as now I belong to this place. Looking at the MSR, what next to the Bridge primary school is not the way it goes on to small business, to the residents who live nearby. It impacts in any way. Those are the confrontation experience, a lot of them have their mental well-being affect and impact by it. So that is not a normal way of kids born up near the MSR. So this is what I advocate for. Help more of this or relocate it to the state government. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone like to speak to this motion? Councillor Wade.
I've just circulated an amendment.
Yes, would you like to read it out, please?
Yes, it's just to change that first, at the top of paragraph 1, to change adopts to endorses, and then to, after 2029, to say for community consultation to return to a community meeting for adoption as soon as practicable.
Thank you. Have you got that governance? Councillor Aston Ho, do you accept that amendment, that proposed amendment from Councillor Wade?
No.
Councillor Ho? Okay, Councillor Wade, we're in your hands. Would you like to move that amendment?
Yes, I would.
Have you got a seconder? Councillor Crossland. Councillor Wade, you've got 3 minutes to speak to your amendment starting now.
So this is a major change to a long-standing council position. There's been a long-standing council position in support of the safe injecting room and in support of its location. So that's been like 10 plus years. It's before my time, but when just the mayor was around. I think it's fair to ask this question about whether this long-standing council position is still the position of our community or if it's the position of our council. But we do need to ask that question. Issues like this are part of what we're elected to do. Let's discuss them. But cutting members of our community out of that process is pretty problematic. In this particular instance, it seems that some members of our community were told that this was coming tonight, and that's fine, but there's a lot of members of our community who will be very highly impacted by this, who were not informed that it was coming to this council meeting. That includes some of the members of our community who are most at risk, so that includes injecting drug users. They are the people absolutely most impacted by this decision. We need to give them the opportunity to be heard. The idea that we would cut them out, to me, is pretty horrifying. It feels like this has been done in secret in a way to just exclude some members of our community, and I think excluding some of those members of our community and not others is really problematic. The council has, re-endorsed this position many times. It is absolutely open to this new council to change the position. However, this isn't something that I think was expected by members of our community right now. It's something that I think we should ask people about, and going out to community consultation allows us to have that community input, and also it might allow us to come up with other positions that we can agree on. Like, for example, there should be more safe injecting rooms around the state. We should take the pressure off North Richmond. It should not be the only one that exists. And that's, I think, a conversation that we could have with our community, and it could inform a better position for state advocacy than adopting this tonight without having that conversation with our community. So that's why I think community consultation is a very valid thing, and we do have time.
Thank you. Councillor Crossland.
Thank you very much. I'm supporting this amendment because I think it's really important that we actually have the opportunity to hear from community members on this item. It's a significant change from what our position has been historically since the opening of the MSIR, and we have people here tonight that clearly had an understanding this was coming to this meeting, excluding others from being able to participate in this discussion, which is not a fair due process, which is the kind of thing that from a good governance perspective, council should be hoping to deliver on. If we're not doing it in this instance, are we going to repeat this in other instances? I would hope not. So when we're calling on one hand to engage more with community members about different matters, but not on this, it just doesn't sit right. I think it's really also important that when you have something change as substantially as this, we need time to actually work out how it does impact other pieces of work and what those interrelationships actually are. As the CEO has actually touched on, they weren't fully across what those implications could potentially be. We need to know those kind of things, and having the opportunity to do that is incredibly helpful. And if we were to engage with the community, it would afford us the time to do that. So I hope my colleagues here can support this amendment.
Thank you. Would anyone like to speak to this? I've got Councillor Gomez and then Councillor Harrison.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Look, I'm going to be utterly selfish here. The councillors and the officers, led by Ms Jones in particular, have worked very hard to get an advocacy plan in place. We've talked about it endlessly, and it's important that we get it out the door. There's a state election coming, and obviously with the Commonwealth Government always paying attention to us, we need to be very clear to the community and to the government what we stand for. I particularly want to see, and it's time critical, the advocacy around the planning reforms that are coming. They're going to be affecting basically every homeowner in Yarra. I have a particular vested interest, as in I care about it, the stormwater flood overlays that will be impacting, again, probably about half to 3/4 of the residents in Yarra.
Sorry to interrupt, Councillor Gomez. We're actually discussing the amendment from Councillor Wade and Crossland, not the advocacy plan in totality.
Okay.
Can you just try and direct your remarks in your remaining 2 minutes to the amendment from Councillor Wade and Crossland, please?
Okay, I'll go to the word adopts versus endorses. Endorses with community consultation is always a good idea, but the point I was trying to make very badly was that we need to get on with this advocacy plan. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Councillor Gomez. Councillor Harrison.
I'd like to reiterate the point regarding the urgency with progressing some of these things. The advocacy plan is very important to progress right now. We're already on the grounds. I've talked to the Deputy Premier about one of the things that's in the advocacy plan only yesterday. This is really important to progress. And the other thing is that we've had a lot of consultation with the community about the issues there. We've had, Rebecca Morden came to a previous meeting, I think it was the last one, where she talked about the genuine fears that people have walking down the street in North Richmond. As Councillor Crossland has said, this has been going on for over 10 years. It is a very long time for the community to have put up with the sorts of things that are going, and there is everything to indicate that the situation is getting worse, not better, and I stress that we need to progress this urgently. I too have had community members that say they have avoided the North Richmond Community Health Service, which many people tell me is a fabulous place for the services they provide, but they're not going there. They can't take an elderly mother to the dental services because they are so afraid now. This is the implications for the community, and we need to deal with it sooner rather than later. I'm not in favour of another round of consultation when we have had so many people. If you live in Richmond, you're a Richmond councillor, or even further afield, I'm sure that you've had people from the community tell you how acute the problems are.
Anyone else like to speak on this matter? Would you like to exercise your right of reply? Sorry, Councillor Davies.
I think what Councillor Harrison said was pretty spot on. You can't really get much better than that. I would just add that I have, like some of the Vietnamese community, been in Richmond since before the 1980s. My family's been here since the 1950s, and I certainly enjoyed the best of times in the 1980s when the Vietnamese culture and Richmond were the centre of a successful example of multiculturalism in this country. You cannot deny that it was a golden moment for both the Vietnamese community and for Australia when it comes to a successful version of multiculturalism. But that has been stripped away. And I think it's just an important thing to remember that we can bring this back. We can return the pride to Victoria Street. It doesn't go without also saying that we do want to help our fellow Victorians, particularly when they're going through such times and when they're going through addiction and rehabilitation. This isn't about putting them to one side. This is actually saying to the state government, put them in a place where they can actually manage better, with facilities that can manage them better, that can share places where we can share the load, not just one ground zero. We can have a place that shares the load. The Victorian people can share the load by having more MSIRs through the state. Let's share the responsibility of helping our fellow Victorians. The biggest part to this, and I think Councillor Aston raised this, it just shouldn't be next to a primary school. It's just baseline common sense. It's putting our children into a reality. It's stripping away the moments in their lives that are pure and beautiful.
Point of order, Mayor. I think we're just straying off the amendment again.
Sorry, excuse me, I'm talking.
Yeah, just stick to the amendment, which is in relation to the in the green writing up there.
So
at the
to
top.
this point, and I'm just saying this, we have been addressing this issue with the community. We have heard from the community for years and years, and we can't yet again be delayed and kicking the can down the road. This is about taking action into our hands and doing what the community has been asking for en masse for years, and that's why we need to move forward more confidently.
Councillor Aston, do you want to exercise your right of reply? Oh, sorry, I do apologise. There's no right of reply to an amendment. So what we're voting on now, just to be very clear, is the amendment from Councillor Wade and Crossland, which is up there in green, seeking community consultation around this matter. So all those in favour, please raise your hand. Councillor Wade, Councillor Harrison, that's 2. All those against, Aston, Harrison, Jolly, Ho, Gomez and Davies. That is lost. We're now back to...
Sorry, Mayor, can we just confirm for the record that Councillor Crossland voted in favour? Just because you got the names swapped.
Let's just redo the vote. Yeah. Can we just try and stay alert, because it's... so all of those in favour of the motion, of the amendment, I should say, from Councillor Wade and Crossland, please raise your hand. Councillor Wade, Councillor Crossland, thank you. All those opposed, please raise your hand. Aston, Harrison, Jolly, Ho, Gomez and Davies. Okay, that is lost. We're now back to the original alternate motion from Councillor Aston and Ho. We've had a mover, we've had a seconder. Now we're debating that motion.
Sorry, Mayor. I was wanting to put another amendment to this.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. I've just circulated it.
Can the governance please put up? We've got another amendment now from Councillor Crossland. Can you please put it on the screen? Is that it on the screen?
Yes.
So can you just... okay, so it's clear what it is. Councillor Aston and Ho, do you accept that amendment?
No.
No.
Okay, Councillor Crossland, have you got a seconder? Councillor Wade. Councillor Crossland, you've got 3 minutes to speak to your amendment, starting now. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciating the broader amendment that is being sought with this motion here. This amendment that I'm proposing off the back of that is to simply bring it back in. I don't see there being reason or rationale why this element should be taken out. The Ryan report is an incredibly important piece of work that has contributed to a number of different pieces of work that Council is undertaking. To strip it out of here, to me, doesn't make any sense, particularly in context to what is being proposed through the broader amendment by Councillor Aston. I think it's actually highly complimentary that it stay in. So for that very reason, I'm proposing that it be reinstated. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cross. And Councillor Wade?
Yes, so the Ryan report, I don't think it sits at odds with the rest of this to say that we should still advocate for the commitment to implementing the Ryan report. The Ryan report showed that 6,000 overdose events were safely managed in the MSIR trial from 2017 to, I think it was 2022 when the trial itself ended, and up to 63 lives were saved. It then went on to explain some of the issues with the safe injecting room and how we can rectify them and how we can make things better for our communities. So, you know, looking at something that a well-informed person like Ryan put together, like this was work that was done over a really long period. A lot of consideration and consultation went into this report, and it's certainly something that we would want to see implemented. It's something the state government put a lot of time into. It's something that the community were asked about. It's something that council had engagement on. It is appropriate that sort of work, when it's been done, that we continue to support it. I'm not entirely sure why it's been removed, but maybe we're about to find out. But I think advocating for harm minimisation and making sure that members of our community are safe and secure, all members of our community, including injecting drug users, is really important. So that's why I would support this going back in. I think it complements anything else that's been trying to achieve by this motion. I think we all agree that injecting drug users should be safe and should be secure in our community. So let's make sure that that happens. And let's also make sure that we do other things in the local area because, you know, this isn't going to move overnight. Even if this motion passes, there's going to be a significant period where the safe injecting room stays in the area, or indeed the state government might not agree ever to move it. And if the state government doesn't agree to move it, then let's make sure that we address those recommendations and that we keep improving things in North Richmond, and that we keep advocating to the state government to improve things in North Richmond. There has been spending in the area. That sort of spending is informed by reports like this one, and so it's a good idea to make sure that we keep asking for reports like this one to have their recommendations carried out, even when we now have a position that's a little bit different to what the council position is before, assuming that this passes.
Thank you. Anyone like to speak to this amendment from Councillor Crossland and Wade? No?
I do.
Councillor Ho?
So with this Implement 1 report, I was part of that report. It's always talking about the same 60 feet life. Yes, it saves 60 feet life, but it never addressed the local resident, the Victoria Street business owner. I was there speaking about to address the safety well of should be more policing, should be more of this, not one MSR. And it was a trial that implemented. So that is invalid, that one report. And I don't support it because it doesn't show what people in North Richmond impact. It only shows the statistic, all the red tape that people know that is affecting. All I asked for is more MSR, those days for 2 years trial, and it didn't work, and they didn't relocate it, and the pandemic hit us. So I'm very not supporting that. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else? Councillor Aston.
I'll just say this now. The reason I've taken this out and the reason I won't accept it being put back in is twofold. The first is that leaving this here essentially contradicts the ask. It's saying, well, if you don't move it, which is what we really want, then at least do this. And that's fine, but frankly, the Ryan report's been there for a long time. If the government was going to do anything about it, they would have done it already. So the more important thing is to advocate for the thing that the community really wants rather than something like this. So that's why I'm not accepting this amendment.
Thank you. Anyone else want to speak to Councillor Davies?
Yeah, just quickly, and I understand when we're raising the issues of saving lives, and it's a really important one that you raise, Councillor Wade, because it is important, as I said, when we're addressing the other amendment, we should help our fellow Victorians and our fellow Australians dig themselves out of trouble and get their lives back on track. But when I've just done a search, there's 237 students at North Richmond Primary School that we also need to think about every single day of the week. We are shaping their future, and this cannot be sitting next to children who are developing and growing into fantastic Australians. This is also, that damage also needs to be counted and documented and part of our decision.
Thank you. Anybody else want to speak on this matter? Okay, all those in favour of the amendment from Councillor Crossland and Wade, please raise your hand. Councillor Crossland, Councillor Wade. All those opposed, please raise your hand. Aston, Harrison, Jolly, Ho, Gomez and Davies. That's defeated. We're now back to the original, or the alternate motion, I should say, from Councillor Aston and Ho. They've both spoken to this, moved it and seconded. So we're now in debate around this alternate motion. Councillor Wade.
Sorry, I do have another alternate motion which isn't actually about this topic at all, that I've just circulated in response to Mr Delphine's
Yeah, we're just dealing with this one first and then we'll...
This is the motion though, so it's an amendment to this motion.
Okay, so you want to move an amendment?
Yes,
okay,
it's just not about the injecting room.
Governance, can you please put it up on the screen?
Do you want me to outline it?
Yeah, if you don't mind, please.
Yep,
yeah.
so it's under the heading Living in the City, which is one of the headings in the report, add a new item 9 saying increase electrification efforts, including banning the use of gas in space heating.
Councillor, sorry, have you got a seconder for that? Yes, Councillor Aston, would you accept that amendment from Councillor Wade and Crossland?
No.
Councillor Ho?
No.
Okay, do you want to move that?
Yes.
You've got 3 minutes starting now. No, she's got a seconder. Councillor Crossland seconding it. Councillor Wade, please start.
Thank you. I will first start by saying it is super helpful, just community members, when you're seeking an amendment to a motion, if you can let us know in advance, because I certainly would have prepared this and circulated it earlier, because it's a very good point that Mr Delphine has made. Council has a long history of climate action and trying to get improvements in the climate space. I think we were remiss not to include an item about electrification, and I think this is a particularly good topic to use, banning the use of gas in space heating. The state government has been making really impressive strides on electrification recently, and that's something that is really a pleasure to see. Council has put submissions in over a number of years, encouraging electrification, encouraging grant processes so that people can electrify more cheaply. There are now many programs in place where businesses and community members can apply for a grant to electrify their hot water system, electrify various aspects of their houses. There have also been really important legislative changes. For example, new dwellings are no longer required to have gas connections, which until very, very recently they were. So this is something that we're seeing movement on all the time. We have a really great climate emergency plan here, the second one we're on now. And I think it's completely appropriate for us to include an explicit climate and electrification topic in our advocacy priorities. I think it would be welcomed by the state. We know that the state, like I said, are making movements on this at the moment. So, you know, adding Yarra's weight behind changes to further improve electrification efforts is worthwhile. I will also note that, you know, we're getting increasing research out that shows that gas is a real problem in our community. We know that gas top cooking has like real health effects in the households, that it can be equivalent to children's health of having a smoker in the household. This is something that I think is still not particularly widely understood by our community, but is certainly something that I think people will come to learn more about over time. If we can make houses safer for kids, if we can get gas and fossil fuels out of houses, I absolutely support efforts in that direction. And I think the state government does support efforts in that direction as well. So why shouldn't we be having that conversation with them? I think that's absolutely worthwhile for us to have that conversation. And I thank Mr. Delphine for bringing this to us. And I really hope my colleagues will support it, because I think it's something that we didn't discuss in workshops but has been raised this evening.
Councillor Crossland, seconding the amendment.
Thank you. Yes, look, I think this is a reasonable addition to what we're hoping to achieve with the broader advocacy piece of work that we have here. As has just been touched on, there are a range of issues with gas. It's got a range of health issues. It's a fossil fuel. It's something that we should not really be having in our homes. And if that is something that we're able to phase out as quickly as possible, there are so many benefits associated with that. We have groups like Electrify Yarra that are doing an amazing job getting out there and engaging with community, talking to them about how they can actually transition their homes. There's significant cost savings as well when these things are done. And any kind of efforts that we could be undertaking to help streamline those processes, making sure that we're out there suggesting that this is the kind of thing that we want our community to be doing, we should. But in general, we have historically, as a council, pushed hard on behalf of multiple councils through joint planning scheme amendments to seek the likes of this kind of outcome. And for us to not include it, to me, kind of goes against many of our planning efforts that we have sought to address over the last many, many years.
Thank you. Anyone want to speak to this? I'll speak to this. Look, I've sat here patiently listening to people, Councillor Wade and Councillor Harris, Councillor Wade and Councillor Crossland talk and talk and talk. And on this matter, they need to just reflect. This council brought in the greatest electrification of any council in recent history, when with the money that we got from the federal government, we turned Richmond Pool from gas to electricity. We are currently, in the last council, me and Councillor O'Brien, very much missed by this council, I've got to say, moved the motion that was taken on by council, moved by other councils that's currently sitting on the minister's desk, to mandate renewable energy for all new builds over a certain size. So we do electrification. We don't need little things like this, oh, we've got to talk about it. We do. Why should know better than a last-minute little amendment like this? They should really know better than that. That's why we don't need to put this in the thing. We have to concentrate on the most important issues. We're already doing this. World's best practice in doing this. And this is just to try and divert attention away from the main issue that we're here to talk about tonight, which is the motion moved by Councillors Aston and Ho, in my humble opinion. So that's why I think we should vote this down. Anyone else want to speak on this matter? Councillor Gomez.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to note, point 2 of Councillor Aston's original alternate motion does give you and the CEO, as appropriate, the ability to update the advocacy plan to deal with things like this, in my opinion.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, we'll vote on this motion. All those in favour of the amendment from Councillor Crossland and Wade, the one that's on the screen, please raise your hand. Councillor Wade, Councillor Crossland. All those against, Aston, Harrison, Jolly, Ho, Gomez, Davies, that is lost. We're back to the alternate motion from Councillor.
Sorry, Mayor, I did have another one that.
Oh my
was
God!
listed.
You're really. This is just an abuse.
It's on people's desks.
Mayor, it was listed on here.
The one I've already told you that I'm doing that one first. That was just I made a decision on that at the start of the meeting. I've got two alternate motions, one from you, one from Councillor Aston, and that we would take Councillor Aston's one first. I mentioned that right at the start of this discussion. So we will come to your one, but please give someone else a go.
But we won't actually come to it because you're moving the overall item.
Yeah, I've made a decision on it.
No, what I'm saying is we don't get the opportunity to come back to it.
He can move it.
Okay, what we'll do is we'll be very patient and we'll accept yet another amendment. Councillor Crossland, please can you put that motion for governance on the screen? Okay, it's Councillor Crossland, can you just explain, not speak to it, just explain the gist of it, please?
Thank you. It's basically to introduce a moratorium on the demolition of public housing towers as part of our position from an advocacy perspective.
If you had a seconder, Councillor Wade, I take it? Yep. Councillor Aston, will you accept that?
No.
Councillor Ho?
No.
Thank you. Councillor Crossland, do you want to move that as an individual amendment, on its standalone amendment?
Yes, I would.
Yep.
Thank you.
You've got 3 minutes starting now.
Thank you. So, look, I think it's really important. This is our key advocacy document that's going out there that we're trying to get buy-in from the government on the kind of things that are really important to our community. One of those things that we've heard time and time again, we've had councillors from this council protesting at, including myself, is around the demolition of the public housing towers. This is something that's we're pushing really hard against, yet when we're trying to put in a moratorium against the demolition, I don't understand the rationale for why we would not want to include that. This is something that's close to the hearts possibly to many of the people that are in the room tonight, and yet we're not looking to include it. To me, it doesn't make sense. I think it's important that we take a strong position on this. We obviously want to see more social housing in Yarra. We've got the state government who's proposing significant changes in Richmond, in Fitzroy, in Collingwood, with the demolition of all the public housing towers. That's a huge displacement of community. We're talking thousands and thousands of people. There's no alternative public housing accommodation that I'm aware of that has been established to offset that. And I think it's important that we continue to have the position that we have had for an extended period of time that is supported, as far as I was aware, by councillors on this council as part of our advocacy document. Thank you.
Councillor Wade, would you like to second this?
Yes, I would like to second this. So this basically just supplements something that's already in the advocacy roadmap by making sure that wherever social and affordable housing is mentioned, that we make it extremely clear that the council's position is this moratorium on the demolition of the public housing towers. When people look at council documents, they don't necessarily, look at everything at once. And so I think it's really important that every time we mention public and social housing in this report, that people are very clear on our position about the demolition of the towers. That is already mentioned. I think it is it's item 3 in one of the previous sections, so it's consistent, and it's consistent with the position we've put publicly and what we're hearing from the community. But it also just makes sure that that's incredibly clear, that nobody can take out of context the line, deliver more social housing and commit to no net loss of public housing or public land, to mean that we would be happy to see the towers demolished and built elsewhere. That is not our position, and this makes it incredibly clear that we do not support a moratorium, that we support a moratorium on the demolition of the public housing towers, and that we do not want to see them demolished. And I think that's really important, that that's very, very crystal clear to the state government and to our communities who we support, including those in public housing themselves.
Thank you. Anyone want to speak to this amendment? Oh, I'm going to have to again. Look, it's like saying Irish people like Guinness. Everybody knows that we are in favour of public housing. Everybody on this council, and everyone on the last council and the council before. We've got the highest percentage of public housing of any municipality in Victoria. I've personally got 120,000 views for an Instagram post that I did saying that we need to fight the towers. We've got an event coming up in December on the Fitzroy estate. Some of us basically are on public housing estates every day if we're not already living on it, and we're rooted politically in defending those public housing towers. We could put in this advocacy plan, we love world peace, we love babies, we love mothers. We could go on and on and on. Nobody, if we don't put this in, nobody in their right mind thinks that we're not defending public housing towers. We will literally chain ourselves to those buildings. I'm trying to get the unions to do work bans on it. What we have to do with this advocacy ban is focus. We are playing poker in politics in Victoria, Yarra Council I'm talking about, with a pair of sevens. We have to be very, very precise about the issues. Everybody knows we're all in the public house. We don't need to add it in. What's new about tonight, if it's passed in a few minutes' time, if we get lucky, is the change in position on the supervised injecting facility, which I'm not going to speak to now because that's not really, obviously, part of this discussion around this amendment. So that's why I think this amendment, in and of itself, is absolutely fine. It's absolutely fine. We all love world peace. We all love public housing. But this is not the time or place to put amendments after amendment after amendment. And therefore, I ask my colleagues to please vote this down. Does anyone else want to speak on this matter? Okay, we've got a motion, an amendment on the table from Councillor Crossland and Wade. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Councillor Crossland and Wade. All those opposed, please raise your hand. Aston, Harrison, Jolly, Ho, Davies and Gomez. That's lost. We're back to the alternative motion from Councillor Aston and Ho. Are there any other amendments? Okay, so we've heard the mover, we've heard the seconder. Would anyone like to speak for or against this motion? Councillor Harrison.
As I briefly foreshadowed earlier, there's some really great stuff in here that we'll be aiming to set up Yarra and for the next, for the future, basically. There's some really key things, and it's a really relevant point that you made there, that we need to be laser focused on the key projects that we're advocating for, that form that roadmap that's going to lead us forward. So, personally, I'm very excited about 2 River Street, which will be a boon for, if we manage to secure that site. It's really important for the future of my ward and Richmond more generally. The things about the community infrastructure that we hope to establish. So I just commend what we've got in this plan. There's some really great stuff, and I'm very keen for us to be focused on these key projects that we've got in there. And I'm very keen to include this information or this change with regards to the MSIR. I have been listening to the community. Many people have come over a long period of time before the election. I was originally a supporter of the MSIR. I had the corflute on my fence, but I do not support what it's become, and I cannot stand by and ignore what's going on there. We have to do something, because doing more of the same is not going to change anything, and that's why I'm supporting the change that's been the alternate motion here tonight.
Thank you. Anybody else like to speak on this? Councillor Gomez.
Just quickly on the point I was trying to make very badly earlier, there's more to this advocacy plan than just this change from Councillor Aston, which I do support. There's stuff in there that we need to get on with. The planning reforms, stormwater, protecting our live music industry, and building more bike lanes. It's all in there. So can we just adopt this plan and get on with it, please?
Anyone else like to speak for or against this? Councillor Crossland.
Thank you. Look, I just wanted to say, as has just been touched on by Councillor Gomez, there are some really fantastic parts of advocacy that we were seeking to undertake, but the attention from that has effectively been lost and is now on what's been proposed for the MSIR, which I don't think is in our best interest, really, when we're trying to achieve several different things as part of our advocacy work leading up to the election. Again, as I touched on earlier, I appreciate there are community members here who have very real and lived concerns around being in proximity of the MSIR. Having said that, I also remember when I used to live very close to it, going back to living very close to the location where the MSIR is now, prior to it existing. The issues from my experience personally are much less than what they used to be, and also engaging with community members There's a big point of difference between the number of people who have been, say, from overdosing, who have died in the street. I know there are people who have mentioned how they've come home to having someone that has actually passed away on their property. Those kind of instances are not happening like they used to.
Please, Councillor Crossan, can I please ask people not to heckle? When somebody's saying something that you don't agree with, that's where you really show your respect for free speech. You've all had a shot. Let Councillor Crossan say his piece, and please try and not interrupt him or any other councillor. Councillor Crossan, we stopped the clock, by the way. We're back on. You're not losing any time.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you. I appreciate people may have different views, but what I was saying was factual. The number of deaths has reduced. The number of overdoses has reduced. These are things that are beneficial to our community. The reason the MSIR was located where it is because that's where the issue was before. It wasn't coming out of nowhere and they thought, oh, we'll just drop it in there. The issue was already there and it was seeking to respond to that. Would I like to see other MSIR facilities around Melbourne and Victoria? Absolutely. Council has been calling for that, and I think we should continue to do so. But to get rid of this facility, to propose that it be put elsewhere, does not address the issue in terms of there are users that live locally, and that is why it was located there. You remove the facility, the issue does not go away. And I appreciate some people may think otherwise, but there's no evidence to suggest it will. And there's no suggestion of where it would be relocated to, which I think is deeply problematic. I'm very happy for us to continue to work towards better outcomes for our community, and I really hope that we can continue to do so. I don't think that this amendment will actually achieve the kind of outcomes people are hoping to hear and have tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak on this alternate motion? No. Councillor Wade.
Yes. So I agree that there's plenty of good stuff in this advocacy motion, but I will also spend my time addressing this major change, given it has been sprung on the community tonight, and I think it is a major change in direction and deserves the 2 minutes and 48 seconds that I can now give it. There are many, many members of our community who will be absolutely shocked by this change in position and who will be really disappointed. Most of them are not here tonight. They didn't know that this was coming. They didn't have the chance to make their case. They didn't get to email councillors. They didn't get to tell their own heartfelt stories. They didn't get to explain what used to happen on their doorstep. The MSIR has operated to the extent that it has been saving lives successfully for the last 8 years. I don't have all the stats in front of me because I only found out this was proposed less than an hour before the council meeting. Not only is it saving people's lives, it's also being very effective in addressing serious diseases. I don't have the stats to hand, but I understand the majority of Hep C treatments in the state are being conducted at the MSIR. This is valuable not just to the injecting drug users themselves, but to the wider community. Hep C spreads, and treating it in affected populations helps those populations as well as everybody else. I reiterate everything Councillor Crossan just said. There are reasons this location was chosen. The efforts to get an MSIR were led by locals. Judy Ryan has detailed this in her book, You Talk, We Die. It was absolutely championed by the local community. Are there improvements that still need to be made in North Richmond? Absolutely. And as Councillor Crossland and I have both said tonight, we absolutely support other MSIRs in other locations. There absolutely need to be more. There should be one in the CBD, there should be one in Footscray. I think I've heard people float one in every hospital around the state. That would help take the pressure off North Richmond and I think would be a really good outcome. It's also like the North Richmond situation is why I've supported efforts of council this term and last term towards the revitalisation of Victoria Street and doing everything we can to make people feel as safe as they can in this area. It's why I cycle past the MSIR every time I come to the town hall. I want to keep eyes on the ground. I want to make sure that there are people around. Councillors are making statements about what the community wants, but I don't think it's really fair to say that we know what the wider community wants when we haven't given them the opportunity to have their say on this matter.
30 seconds.
The people who feel like they're aggrieved by a status quo, they're the ones we're going to hear from. It makes sense that, you know, people who don't like the status quo are saying they don't want it. But the ones who think that the MSIR is good have the right to be heard and they should have been here tonight. Councillors are saying it's so well known and was a priority, so why was it not in the draft policy? Why was it not put in front of the community? We've been debating this in workshops for weeks. There has been a draft on the go for weeks, months. This could have been in front of the whole community now.
Thank you. I'll speak next. I think that the placing of a supervised injecting facility as the only one in Victoria. By the way, before I start, I just want to say to Ruth Jones and all the officers, you've done a great job with this advocacy plan, the whole encompassing thing, and I've really enjoyed, potentially my last day as mayor, working with you over the last year and lobbying state and federal leaders for the better good of Yarra Council and more importantly the community of Yarra. You've done, and your fellow colleagues have done a great job. I think that the putting of one supervised injecting facility next to a primary school has been probably the greatest public policy disaster in recent Victorian history. I was very involved in the fight, literally very, to get supervised injecting facilities. And we all were really excited. Councillor Ho said that. Others, like Councillor Harrison, had the poster on her door when that one was set up. But when you take a really good idea, because technically all supervised injecting facilities save lives, we know that. But when you only build one, everyone in Melbourne has to come to that one who wants to use it. It's the only one. Second of all, when you put it next to a primary school, you bring all the stuff that comes with having a supervised injecting facility right into the lion's den of people's lives, next to the biggest public housing estate in Australia, next to a primary school. It's almost like they consciously set it up to fail. One of the most interesting points made tonight wasn't by any councillor, wasn't by actually anybody in the room, it was when Rebecca Madden read out the talk from Alan Mitchell, and he made the point that that nobody wants one now. So when I go, because I work all over Melbourne when I'm in the building industry, everybody says the same thing. Oh, we've seen what happens in Richmond. We don't want one now. The city don't want one. Sunshine don't want one. Frankston don't want one. Dandenong don't want one. Nobody wants one. And that shouldn't be the case. So we could just sit here and say, well, you know what we need is more, which we are doing, by the way. We need more, and we make sure the ones in the future are in a better spot. But we know now, after 10 years, as Councillor Ho said, the state government are going to do nothing. We have to poke them in the eye, and tonight's vote will poke them in the eye. And yes, it will cause great debate in the community. By the way, the vast majority of the community, in our opinion, especially in Richmond, agree with what Councillor Aston and Ho are trying to do tonight. You'll see that on Sunday at the rally that Councillor Ho and others have organised. But we have to shake the debate up because it's going nowhere. I said publicly that we're actually losing the argument. Councillor, Mr. Landis tried to make out that I was saying it's a bad idea. We're actually not getting anywhere. We're saying the same things as what we said 5-10 years ago, so we have to poke some people in the eye. And that's what this motion, if it's passed tonight, is going to do. And it's going to, especially in a pre-election period, and hopefully we'll move the debate along a little bit further. That's all I have to say. Councillors, any other councillor would like to speak? Okay, Councillor Aston, would you like to exercise your right of reply?
Yes, please. 2 minutes, okay. The Mayor is right. This is about poking the state government in the eye. Sharon is right. Doing more of the same isn't going to change the situation. If we do not put this forward, we cannot expect there to be any change or any chance of change if we do not make the community's desires known. Andrew is also correct. This is not about leaving people who are experiencing drug addiction and dependency out in the cold, but actually doing more to support them. As I was saying earlier, this isn't about saying there can't be MSIRs and not even ones in Yarra. It's about saying that they need to be in an appropriate location and to include additional services to help people get their lives back together. Because while drug injecting rooms, medically supervised injecting rooms help save lives, it's recovery and rehabilitation that helps people actually live. It helps people feel fulfilled in their life and to participate in society. If you walk past an injecting room or any open-air drug scene in any city around the world, you cannot tell me that it is compassionate and that it is community-focused to have people who have injected drugs out on the street to be lying in their own filth. It's not. That does happen in North Richmond. right? It happens in many, many cities around the world, and it happens here. It's because we don't have enough places for people to get recovery and rehab, and we focused on harm reduction. Cities around the world that we took our cues from when we did this, such as Toronto, such as San Francisco, are now moving away from just harm reduction into treatment focused. This is about following that international best practice. We have no chance of achieving change if we don't say this is what we want. This is what the community wants.
Your time has run out, Councillor. Okay, we'll put this motion. So this alternate motion from Councillor Aston and Ho, if you're in favour of it, please raise your hand. Aston, Harrison, Jolly, Ho, Davies and Gomez. Those against, Wade and Crossland, that is carried. Thank you for all of you who've come for this advocacy roadmap 2025 to 2029. We'll move on to the next agenda item, which is, maybe we'll have, does anybody want a short break? Yep, just a couple of minutes, yeah, thank you. And then we'll come back to Linear Park.
Heather McDonald. I wish to speak in support of the Inner Circle.
Councillor Ho, can you please stop talking? Thank you.
So I wish to speak in support of the Inner Circle Linear Parklands Master Plan.
Sorry,
After
Mayor.
considerable consultation
I'm sorry to interrupt.
and community
Sorry to interrupt.
engagement.
Could officers potentially just close the doors?
Yeah, we
so it's
can't
bit
hear a
quieter?
thing. We can't hear Ms MacDonald. Thank you, Sam. And yeah,
Okay.
just start again if you don't mind. Yeah.
Okay. After
And we'll start the
considerable
clock from-
consultation and community engagement, Yarra Council should endorse and adopt the Linear Park Master Plan as recommended by council officers. In the summary of community and stakeholder engagement feedback under theme 6.F, it was noted that there were mixed views about road closures at both Ray Street and Brunswick Street North. During the local area placemaking study, the North Fitzroy Precinct 3 or LAPM 3, the issue of road closures was thoroughly examined and canvassed widely. The proposal at the time to construct a median island in Holden Street at the intersection of Brunswick Street North and Dean Streets, effectively closing Brunswick Street North, was rejected by Yarra Council. The North Nichols Traffic Group, of which I'm a member, tabled a petition to Yarra Council on the 24th of September 2019 containing 547 signatures collected from residents living in the Nichols ward, north of and including Holden Street, in opposition to this proposed median island. This overwhelming response from residents highlighted their concerns about the effect road closures would have in creating a sense of isolation and effectively annexing those living north of Holden Street from easily accessing the heart of Fitzroy North and their community. The North Nichols Traffic Group strongly supported prioritising raised crossings at Capital Trail on Ray Street and Brunswick Street North and all other traffic calming and driving restrictions that have been implemented in Brunswick Street North. The concerns raised by the residents back then are still the same today. I'm strongly opposed to any road closures. Thank you.
Thank you. Just before the next person, who's Anne Mullins, and you can feel free to come up to the front, Anne, if you're here. Are there any conflict of interest? Councillor Mackenzie, welcome to the meeting. And just have to say, today is the 50th anniversary of the dismissal of the Whitlam government. Councillor Mackenzie was a very important event in the city to commemorate that, and her grandfather played an absolutely key role in those times. So welcome back. You've missed a lot this meeting so far. We'll fill you in later. But you don't have any conflict of interest?
I don't have any conflicts of interest, and I've familiarised myself with the documents.
Thank you. Anne, welcome. Just press the button, please.
I'm Anne Mullins. I live in Barclay Street, North Fitzroy, which is the one street north of Holden Street and near Dean Street. I also support the adoption of the Linear Park Master Plan as recommended by the officers. And I want to comment on the feedback theme raised at page 90 of the report, theme 6, which was about road closures. And I would endorse and ask Council to endorse the fact that there be no change to what was recommended by the Council officers, that there be no change to the draft master plan as a result. I would note that, first of all, I think that the recommendations reflect the following points. First of all, at the responses, it's clear that it is, as the Council officers have assessed it, very mixed. If you look at the numbers, less than 20% of respondents on online and email referred to it at all, and so it was not a key focus of the consultation document. Some people I've spoken to didn't even realise it was going to be an issue on the linear park, but it seems to have come up. Secondly, there are already multiple roads that are stopped moving through the park as it is. If we look at the 20 streets running between Queen's Parade and Lygon Street, in addition to the main streets, Nicholson and Lygon and St George's Road, 14 already stop at the park. 6 allow only for traffic across, and those are limited by time frames and no right turns, all the things that have been done in the past by Council to respond to residents' requests. Thirdly, I wonder if those in favour of and looking at the comments in favour of road closures, considered in any way, or was even discussed, the implications for residents like myself living north of Holden Street. The only way we can get to our village, if that happens, is via the main roads, going into Nicholson Street or going into St George's Road. And my fourth point would be that some of the concerns raised were about traffic. Traffic's another issue altogether. Close one road, it's like squeezing a sausage, just move somewhere else. I want to applaud Councillor Gomez because he's trying to look at a bigger picture around North Fitzroy and the traffic issues. What I would see is that the linear park should be bringing people together, and I really applaud the master plan for its vision. We don't want any proposals that are going to cut us off and divide our community. So I commend the report as it is with no amendments on the road closure issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Simon Evans.
Thank you, Mayor and councillors. The Linear Park Master Plan for us in the northern parts, it's an essential item. It really does unify our community to such a degree. It's an opportunity there for both sides coming from below Park Street and us coming from the northern part, having a vast level of open space. It is a glorious opportunity. It's funded. It's got a master plan that seems to work. It's a tight document. It's got council officers fully behind it. And where I have a concern is that where we start introducing amendments, they're not peripheral issues, but other issues that could be handled separately and outside of the master plan construction process. What I do worry is we've seen in the past essential projects that possibly get derailed by traffic and parking and other issues. This is a glorious moment to get this out of the way, to do it in a single-purposed way and get that achieved in that community. It stretches for a number of kilometres. It serves a vast number of our community. So anything that I think that could derail this particular successful implementation should be avoided. The other thing that I would like to point out, and I think it's been touched on, in the past, I think the LAPM went for about 2 or 3 years. What we looked at, and a lot of the items were adopted, but there was one key item, which was the closure coming from the north of Brunswick Street North via a median. Now, this went through a whole process for a number of years. However, when it got to the state government, the Department of Transport, to comment on it, they said, no, we're not going to do that. We're not going to offer up a trial closure. And what that did was it sort of came at the end of the process rather than at the start of the process. So what I would like to see is if we're going to, somebody wants to talk about traffic, someone wants to talk about that, do it as a side issue. Don't do it as something where it's linked into this to a degree which causes uncertainty. Because I don't want to go through this like we had to go through that for 3 years and then suddenly find that no one had spoken to the Department of Transport, no one had seen that the Department of Transport was not going to approve that, and we ended up by finding that the trial did not occur and we still can have access from us in the North Ward going through to where we go to the library, where we actually conduct our coffee, where we go to the Fitzroy Village. So I thank you. Let's keep these approvals clean and let's not have any, what I think, superfluous amendments. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ernesto Arrigada.
Good evening, Mayor and councillors. I speak for myself and also a significant number of residents of Brunswick Street North, somewhere around 300 or so people who actually voted counter to the proposals that have been put forward before. We support the adoption of the master plan. However, the closure of Brunswick Street North and Race Street, I think, are integral to the success of this plan. The main areas where traffic should still be allowed to go, obviously, are the main roads, Nicholson Street, Lygon Street, St George's Road, and the 2 routes where the buses travel along. But otherwise, we need to close these 2 routes, make it a contiguous parkland, the same way that it is in North Carlton. We'd also like to see that, you know, the native plantings and the diversity that there is in the Jane Millman Reserve be extended westward all the way through to Nicholson Street, so that way it's a contiguous park again, as I mentioned. And then that way it would improve the livability, the amenity, the biodiversity and the habitat for flora and fauna across the whole park, not divided by road openings there at Brunswick Street North and Ray Street. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And the last person is Glenn Morrison.
Glenn Morrison, resident of Brunswick Street North. As we all know, the linear parkland is an urban green corridor following the alignment of the Inner Circle Railway line. Functions as a multifaceted environment, providing the local community with areas of active and passive open space. It's a valuable ecological system that hosts biodiversity, tree canopy, enables fauna movement and has a positive effect on the urban heat island in which we live. The vision of the master plan is underpinned by 5 principles, of which there are a series of objectives to support that, and I won't go through them at this point in time. So each one of the objectives would be positively impacted, all of them would be positively impacted by eliminating through traffic cutting across the parkland. Elimination of through traffic, and hence expanding the parkland as a connected green corridor, offers multiple and interrelated benefits. Safety, strengthen the community, environment, health gains, etc. So when parks and streets are calm and safe, people are more likely to choose walking or cycling, thus reinforcing the environmental and social benefits. For background and context, I'd like to point out that over the entire length of the linear parkland, there are only 2 residential streets open to through traffic across the parkland, except for Amos Street, which is a bus route. And these are Ray Street and Brunswick Street North. In particular, Brunswick Street North experiences excessively high traffic volumes, second only to Miller Street in the Scotchmere precinct. And this movement of vehicles through the parkland conflicts with the vision and the objectives of the master plan, which prioritises community use, recreation, and environmental enhancements over vehicle access. Common sense and good urban design suggest that traffic corridors cutting through parkland that creates cyclist, vehicle and pedestrian conflict is a really bad outcome. So in conclusion, road closure of both Ray Street and Brunswick Street North across the parkland would provide long-term and transformative benefits for safety, community life and the environment, with the added outcome of improving the livability of connected residential streets due to the elimination of a vast number of rat runners. It's horrendous to live in the street. For enhancing and supporting the master plan's guiding principles and objectives, thus creating a safer, greener and more connected urban environment, I strongly advocate for the closure of Ray Street and Brunswick Street North to through traffic at the parkland to be enshrined in the master plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Morrison. Okay, are there any questions to officers? Just while you're thinking, councillors, we're well on our way to a post-11 p.m. meeting. So I'm going to ask people to bear that in mind. Obviously, what comes first is your democratic right to speak whenever you want to speak. But if you can, keep things tight. Otherwise, we may have to come back for a second meeting later this week, which I don't think any of us really want to do. So anyway, questions to officers at this stage? No? Councillor Gomez, sorry.
Just one question. In support of basically both sides of submitters, could the officers talk about the feedback we received, in particular the number of online responses and the categorisation around the issues around this, the traffic movements around the area, as well as issues about perceptions of safety using the shared user path or Capital City Trail, as I know it.
Thank you.
Thank you for your question, Councillor Gomez. Through you, Mayor. Traffic flow through Ray and Brunswick Street North was quite prominent throughout the conversations that we had with the community. There wasn't a lot of support in the conversations or the online submissions for road closures. Shared path usage and safety for shared path users was one of the highest returns from the community, and having an option or an alternative option to a single path of travel through Linear Park also came through from the community.
Thank you. I've got two alternative motions, one from Councillor Gomez on Monday and one from Councillor Crossland from more recently. Councillor Gomez, I'll take your... Have you got a seconder? Can you tell me who it is? Councillor Aston. Do you... Okay, so we'll take yours first. I'm just looking for direction from Councillor Gomez and even Councillor Crossland, whether or not they can be incorporated or whether they're in contradiction to each other. I'll just ask Councillor Gomez first. You've seen Councillor Crossland's alternative motion. Do you think it...
Not really. It came very late, so I haven't had a chance to really absorb it. So I can't say I have.
Okay, Councillor Crossland, did you want to add anything?
Yes, I'm happy to move my amendments that were included in that to this as a whole.
The blue amendment at the bottom, yep. Okay, so what we've got here, we've got a mover and a seconder for Councillor Gomez, Councillor Aston's alternative motion, so that's a given. And now we've got a suggested amendment from Councillor Crossland, seconded by Councillor Wade. I'll take it. No?
Do you want to ask, Mayor, like, instead of just assuming it's me?
I just don't want a time waste. We know it's only going to be you, so like we're really on a tight schedule here. Would anyone else like to second Councillor Crossland's? Councillor, okay, well, you've proved me wrong. Okay, Deputy Mayor, once again. Okay, so we've got a seconder who's Deputy Mayor Mackenzie, Councillor Crossland. You've now got a seconder for your alternative motion. You're moving it as an amendment to Councillor Gomez's. Are you willing to accept this amendment? Yes or no? No? Councillor Aston? Okay, so we're back to Councillor Crossland and Councillor Mackenzie's amendment. Councillor Crossland, you've got 3 minutes to speak to it, starting now.
Thank you. So my amendment is a reworking and addition to that has been prepared by Councillor Gomez, and it's fundamentally based on submissions that we've received, most notably from the Neighbourhood House, North Carlton Railway Neighbourhood House, which I don't feel was appropriately captured in terms of what's in the current master plan and/or will have a number of its concerns addressed as part of this amendment. So I've tried to build off of that in particular. So I'm going to skip down to the ones where there were changes that were made. The Commons play area, looking to upgrade and provide a broader range of play and engagement facilities to cater for both children and young people. This was a massively common theme that was seen in submissions for those that were making them in reference to North Carlton Railway Neighbourhood House and the surrounding precinct, and the need for a broader range of play, sport and recreation and engagement facilities. The key focus for the submission on behalf of the North Carlton Railway Neighbourhood House, which caters to kids and families of varied need and disadvantage, including that from the public housing estate across the street, literally asked for these things. So I was wanting them to be in the master plan. Skipping through a little bit more, I've mentioned relocating the proposed interim fence dog off-leash area on land owned by Homes Victoria. I think it's a completely inappropriate thing that Council's proposing to accommodate something on land that it does not manage or own, particularly Homes Victoria land, which we know that the state is going to want to develop into social housing in the very near future. It seems counterintuitive that we'd want to get in the way of that, where we could have the opportunity to locate that in the immediate area. Then there was seeking, in terms of establishing biodiversity-friendly lighting, it was to address the safety concern that's been raised in several instances around how Bowen Crescent operates. And then in terms of the road study changes that I've got there, so I've broken down what Councillor Gomez had and tried to broaden it to make sure it captured the breadth of the issues that have been touched on by submitters this evening. We've got people who want those roads that go through the parklands to be closed. We've got ones that want them to stay open. We have people that have concerns around the safety of having a shared path and want to have separated walking and cycling paths, which is actually best practice and something we would hopefully be looking to move towards. And I'd like us to be undertaking a road safety study that explores these things and provides us the opportunity to have the results to make a decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mackenzie.
Yes, thank you, and thanks for this amendment, and also you, Councillor Gomez, for the work that you've done on this. I think this is a value add to Councillor Gomez's motion. It captures a lot of the things that I also read in the report. I don't think it takes away from the motion, the alternative motion that was put to us, and I would encourage people to support it. I think Councillor Crossland has made some really valid points, and it is absolutely worth us exploring these as we undertake what will be a really large project and a really important project for our community.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak on this amendment? Councillor Wade.
Yes, I'll just speak to the bit that is current, it's paragraph 2, and so what I helped Councillor Crossland with this one is it's trying to wrap Councillor Gomez's paragraphs 2 and 3 together. So it's trying to address a problem that we've got on the shared path and say, hey, we know we've got cyclists who move pretty fast on the shared path, which isn't really wide enough for people with dogs, people with prams, elderly people, everything that's trying to be accommodated at the moment. And let's have a look at putting some of those cyclists onto Park Street. And to do that, we can address some other concerns like the ones we've heard tonight and that we've been hearing for years and years and years about some of these intersecting streets at Brunswick Street North, Ray Street and Amos Street. I must say I was tempted to just move an amendment tonight to say let's close Amos Street, Ray Street and Brunswick Street North right now. We've been hearing about this for a really long time, but as other members of the community have said tonight, there are a multitude of views on this, and it is absolutely fair that they are all heard. So I think what we really need is we need some fresh traffic studies. This hasn't been looked at before. The Holden Street median thing is quite different to the idea of closing Ray Street, Brunswick Street North and Amos Street. So I think those things should be considered. I think Councillor Gomez's motion, foreshadows looking at that, but it's not entirely clear. And so I think it's been spelled out here is that we will look at those closures as part of a proper study with proper traffic reporting, with the conversation with our community, and also addressing the shared path at the same time. So like Councillor Mackenzie said, I think this is a real just add-on to Councillor Gomez's. I think the intention is still there. It's just trying to do a few other things at once and trying to make people safer and allow people to get around their communities safely.
Anyone else like to speak on this? Councillor Gomez.
I thank Councillor Crossland and Mackenzie for putting this up. Look, it's come late. I haven't absorbed it fully, but everything I've read there so far indicates to me that the flexibility of officers to do their job, to look at how we can improve the linear park generally, whether it's subject to a master plan or not, it seems to fall to me into the things that we can and can't do. The key one in there being the closure of some streets. We can see from the submissions tonight and from what the officers said to us about submissions, clearly show that we can't simply walk into this. So I've already rejected the amendment. I want to go back to my original alternate motion and put it to the table.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak? Councillor Harrison.
I just want to sort of raise the fact that the points that are being added here are things that we might actually do in a normal budget process in terms of adding fitness stations. That's being discussed in relation to other parks as part of our, preparations for the budget. Similarly, this seems to be committing us to what happens in these locations. In terms of a process, when we plan a new park, we go through, or an upgrade to a park, we go through all of these things in terms of what community members might want there. So I actually feel that this is preempting what format or what upgrades we might do at these parks, and I think that would actually happen as part of a business as usual process for council. So I'm not in favour of preempting that. I'm sure all of that would come in due course.
Anyone else like to speak on this? Okay, we'll move the amendment from Councillor Crossland and Mackenzie. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Councillor Wade, Councillor Crossland, Councillor Mackenzie. All those opposed, please raise your hand. Aston, Davies, Harrison, Jolly, Ho, Gomez. That is lost. We're back to Councillor Gomez, Councillor Aston's alternate motion.
Sorry, Mayor.
Yes.
I was wanting to move some amendments individually then.
Yes. Go ahead.
Thank you. The first would be what was proposed to be BIV.
Sorry, Councillor Crossland, could you say that again, please?
BIV, so accommodate fitness stations adjacent to playgrounds, that one.
Yep. Okay, so you're moving that on its own? Yes. Okay, insofar as that amendment was defeated, can it be removed again in part form? Just a governance question? No, it can't be. Sorry, so I ruled that out of order. We're going back to the original alternate motion from Councillor Gomez and Aston. Councillor Gomez, you've got 3 minutes starting now.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to thank all the submitters tonight and the hundreds of responses we received to our community consultation. The vision of the master plan, I think we all agree with, is a wonderful thing. I think we just need to deal with some of the issues on the edges. We can all see what the opportunities for improving this amazing stretch of open space, but it is also clear that there are significant concerns about the safety of pedestrians along the shared use path or Capital City Trail, and there are significant concerns about the movements of pedestrians, cyclists and vehicles on the roads near to and crossing the linear park. So that's the core of my alternate motion, is to deal with that separately. I have been on the streets, I live in the area. I agree with all sides. Brunswick Street North in particular has a terrible problem with rat running, as we call it. So I'm proposing this alternate motion so we can address that separately, use the expertise of our traffic team to come up with a solution that perhaps meets all requirements. I'm also moving to take the next step with the recognition of a section of the linear park to recognise Barry Pullen, who I'm told was a very significant person when he was in State Parliament to create this space for us. So just making that clear as part of the actions that we're resolving as a council to do tonight. So I commend this alternate motion to the chamber.
Thank you. Councillor Aston.
I'd encourage people to support Councillor Gomez's amendment here, or alternate motion. I think he's done a really good job of addressing community concerns and feedback to Linear Park Master Plan without being prescriptive about things that should be put in or taken out, etc., leaving it to the evolving approach to understand what would work, what would not work, etc., and simply to set things up to say there are some things that should definitely be considered in regards to how people safely share the park. That is one of the big concerns in Yarra at the moment, is how we share space, and I think these amendments are geared towards giving us some direction in that space, but not getting down into detailed design. So I think this is a good alternate.
Thank you. Anyone want to speak on this motion? Councillor Harrison.
I'm just going to make a brief point on accessibility. Councillor Gomez took on board some feedback I provided on this alternate motion. It's very clear from all of the feedback that's been provided by the community that there's a serious issue with conflict between cyclists, pedestrians, people wheeling on the existing path. So I'm very keen to ensure that that's addressed appropriately in the processes that go forward. It's really important that we don't simply say the gravel path is for the pedestrians and the shared user path is for cyclists. It's, as Councillor Aston has just mentioned, there's this important aspect of sharing, and I'm very keen to ensure that any path that is installed there is accessible, and so that all community members can enjoy that wonderful space in the linear parklands.
Thank you. Anyone else want to speak on this matter? Councillor Mackenzie.
Thank you. Thank you for putting this forward. This might not seem like the most important issue, but it is one that is, I know, very close to Councillor Gomez and myself and many others on this council, which is that we resolve to proceed with the naming of the section of the linear park in recognition of Barry Pullen. This came to us from members of the community. You would have seen in your council papers the large amount of community members, but community members who have long advocated for this area, who wanted to see this done. Barry was a driving force behind the conversion of the former Inner Circle Railway land into the linear park and associated social housing developments. Barry's leadership in planning and negotiation and skills were vital in securing the parliamentary approval for the development plan in 1987 and ensuring the park's completion in 1992. He was a wonderful representative in this area. We have named a number of areas of this park to recognise people who have done huge heavy lifting for our community, and I'm really proud that this council will be taking this step to recognise the now late Barry Pullen in this park. So thank you, Councillor Gomez, and thank you to community members Brian Staggle, Brian Howe, Renata Howe, Anne Hogan-Dixon for bringing this to us.
Anyone else? Councillor Crossland.
Thank you. Look, I guess I want to touch on, I guess, my disappointment on my proposed amendment not being taken on board and the rationale behind that. As mentioned, it was to take what was already proposed and expand on that to make sure it captured things that were clearly not being reflected as some key groups were seeking for them to be so. As I've already mentioned, one of those was a neighbourhood house. In any other instance, in any other ward, I think we would have heard that there would have been changes made to something if a neighbourhood house had asked for it. It was asked for here, I've asked for it to be included. It was not, and I find that really disappointing. As part of that as well, something that was noted is we have the play plateau, which is proposed in Fitzroy North. Wonderful facility that we're proposing there. I think it's going to be great. I'm really excited for it. Something that was very clear, though, in the submission from the neighbourhood house and from others in Princess Hill and Carlton North is there is no infrastructure like that in the entire Curtin ward. There are multiple instances of that being accommodated currently. In the adjacent ward, we've got Eddie Gardens, we've got significant play offerings, different courts and sporting and recreation facilities. That is not replicated in Curtin ward. This was an opportunity to provide that fairly, disperse it across the northern part of our municipality, including to one of the larger non-high-rise public housing estates in our municipality. I think the other thing that's challenging about this was I was literally just trying to tease out some of the things that were being sought for as part of this study to make sure it touched on everything that everyone was wanting. I appreciate the kind of councillor comments that were made by some tonight, including Councillor Harrison, where they said there's some leniency, we can come back and look at things and wanting to make sure that people with a disability are included. If we don't stipulate all those things enough, honestly, it doesn't form part of the study that will be undertaken. So it's void, if you ask me. And that's what's disappointing. We've heard from people that wanted separated walking and cycling paths. I was very keen for that to be explored. In actual fact, this item, when it was going out for consultation, came to a council meeting while I was on parental leave. I actually did reach out to Councillor Gomez to seek to move some amendments on my behalf based on my community meetings that I'd had prior to that to inform the engagement we would be undertaking.
30 seconds.
Which included whether we wanted to have separate walking or cycling paths. So we would have some really clear answers as part of the consultation. It's already been noted that some of the responses are here and there. I wanted things to be clear for us as well. We were not afforded that opportunity. So this is 2 times in a row where my neighbouring ward councillor has not supported something for a joint project that runs through our wards.
I'll speak next. I think we really need to rise above the nitpicking and see the big picture here. The Linear Park Master Plan would have been like so many other master plans, strategy documents that Yarra Council is world's best practice at, and all they do is prop up the short leg on a table. Nobody reads them, they've got no money attached, and they waste a lot of officers' time and community input because the community take the council seriously, and then when it all comes to fruition, there's no money, so nothing happens. This one is very, very different, and only this council could have done it. The lobbying done by this council, myself, Deputy Mayor, but in particular, the councillor who has just been attacked just now, in particular, Councillor Ken Gomez, during the federal election campaign, where he twisted the cajoles of the Labor Party in that area, meant that we now have a multi-million dollar infusion into Yarra Council, not by the state government, by the federal government. That's so rare. That's so rare. That was some feat. I've never been able to do that in 21 years. This guy comes in, and in 21 days, he did what I couldn't do in 21 years. So I'm not interested in people attacking Councillor Gomez. We wouldn't have a linear park master plan. We wouldn't have the possibility of potentially the longest bike lane in Yarra's history, 2 kilometres long, hopefully a separate path for people who aren't on bikes. I think Councillor Harrison's point is really, really important. Her advocacy to make all parts from here on in accessible for all Yarra residents and not just some. It's going to make this such a better product, if I can use that word, in the long run. This is a good news story. And obviously we're going to argue. Some people will say we should just have one big wide lane, path. Everybody shares it. Some will say two. Some will say this. Some will say that. But the fact is we've got money to spend on whatever we decide. That is so exciting and it's so rare. And I just want to say that Councillor Gomez and the community and all the pressure that they brought to bear in the federal election campaign, we're responsible for taking this from fiction to reality. It wouldn't have happened otherwise. And well done to all included. So let's keep the debate going, but it's great that we're going to be able to do something at the end of it and not just advocate. So anyone else want to speak on this? Okay, Councillor Gomez, right of reply. Sorry, Councillor Wade, apologise.
Thank you. So I was a little bit unsure what to do here because I don't fully understand what 2 and 2 in particular is getting at, but I'm hoping that some of the things we talked about tonight and some of the things the Brunswick Street North residents have been campaigning for will be addressed in that road safety study / strategic transport project. If I learnt anything during this Linear Park Master Plan project, it is that not specifying things makes it more complicated and makes it harder to obtain community views than keeping it vague. Like it's been 4 quite frustrating years, I think, for residents who have been having input into this process, thinking it was going to address certain issues that it didn't. So I was hoping that that could be spelled out a little bit more so that it could be clearer, but I'm hopeful that some of those issues will still be addressed. The reason I'll be voting against this tonight is I think some of the amendments that Councillor Crossland put up were actually really important, and they got kind of lost in the wash there, and I'm not sure why. As Councillor Crossland said, he did try to send them to Councillor Gomez much earlier today, and the reason they weren't sent to other councillors because he was trying to get buy-in from his fellow ward councillor. So it's not a sledge. It's just that's why it came late for everybody else. The land owned by Homes Victoria is proposed to be used as a dog park. Personally, I think that should be used for housing. It should be used for public housing. It's owned by Homes Victoria. I think, nobody said that they don't support a dog park in the area. So Councillor Crossland's proposal to put that nearby in linear parklands instead of on the land proposed for housing, I think was a really good amendment, and I am concerned about adopting this proposal without that change and with allocating homes for people to be an area for dogs. He also was trying to put in a bit about biodiversity-friendly lighting. We've had many people say to us that they don't feel safe using the park at night. We know that, women in particular often don't feel safe outside of well-lit areas. I think it was a really good proposal to try to address that issue, and that's what Councillor Crossland was trying to do. So, yeah, that's why I'll be voting against this.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councillor Gomez, right of reply.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the kind words about the opportunity to never let an election go to waste. I thank the officers for the amazing work done over many, many years to get the Linear Park Master Plan to this stage. It was initiated over 5 years ago. That's 2 councils ago. Not the one before that. And it's had 2 rounds of community consultation. I congratulate the officers for listening to the community and working to get a master plan that understands their needs and wants. We can all see the amazing opportunities for rewilding and greening to help us address the environment and climate crisis we are in. We can also see the amazing opportunity for recognition of heritage, whether it be from our Indigenous community, the old railway line that used to be there, and the past efforts of significant individuals like Mr. Pullen to create this space for our enjoyment today and tomorrow. The Commonwealth Government can see it too, to the tune of $3.7 million to help the community through this council to achieve that vision. The amendment that I'm putting up, the alternate motion I'm putting up, recognises the extra work that we have to do with residents to address the concerns they've raised about the safety of pedestrians on the shared use path, and particularly the movements of pedestrians, cyclists and vehicles around the linear park. We're not going to resolve that by putting in some amendment at a late hour. We need to do the work, whether it be the RSS, a road safety study, or a transport strategy project. I don't really care. The expertise of our staff will be brought to bear on solving that issue. So I ask that this amendment... 20 seconds. be endorsed by my fellow councillors, and we just get on with it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll now vote on the motion, the alternative motion from Councillor Gomez and Aston. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Davies, Gomez, Ho, Mackenzie, Jolly, Harrison and Aston. Those opposed, please raise your hand. Wade and Crossland, that is carried. We'll move right along to, thank you everybody who's come for this matter, thank you. We'll move right along to 7.2, Collingwood Town Hall Affordable Housing Project. There are no registrations to speak. Are there any questions to Rachel Hornsby, the relevant officer here, from councillors? Councillor Wade.
Yes, I had a question that I'll ask while Rachel and Sam and Vardy come up. Just about the height. It's currently listed at 25 metres, brackets approx 8 stories, and I'm just realising if you need help from Ms Osman, maybe that's appropriate as well, I don't know. Is 25 metres definitely enough for 8 stories? Because I'm conscious that the number of dwellings really depends on that 8 stories, I think.
Thanks. Through you, Mr Mayor. Thanks, Councillor Wade. I guess it depends in terms of if there's like plant and equipment above the 25 stories. The 25 stories though, the 25 metres is where the building regulations kick in to require external fire sprinklers and also a second staircase. And so that's why, and that, you know, significantly raises the cost of the project and therefore the financial viability. So the 25 metres is suggested there.
Councillor Wade, follow up.
Thank you. So just to confirm, it's not, I'd understood it was 8 stories for those extra requirements, but it's not 8 stories, it's 25 metres for those requirements.
That's right. Those requirements kick in at above 25 metres.
Okay, so we've got an officer recommendation which myself and Councillor Aston are going to move in second. We've also got 2 alternate motions from Councillor Wade. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take the officer recommendation first. The alternate motions, both of them from Councillor Wade, are significant, one more than the other, are significant changes to the officer recommendation. So I'm going to suggest that if the officer recommendation is not passed, we move on to these motions, because I don't think they can really be accepted as an amendment because they're actually in contradiction to the whole, especially number 1. So what we'll do is I'll speak to the officer recommendation. Councillor Aston, Ward Councillor, is going to second it, I believe. And if you can press that button at 3 minutes now, sorry, Councillor Wade.
Can I just ask a question of governance? Is that correct that I can't move these as amendments? I had intended to be able to move them as amendments.
Through you, Mr Mayor. Councillor Wade, reading your proposals, I'll call them, because they could have been an alternative motion, but if you move them as an amendment, I think they are substantially different to the motion that is going to be put forward as the officer recommendation. So I would say yes, that the amendments can't be accepted.
Councillor Wade.
Just a follow-up. Could you just point me to the section of the governance rules for that?
Do you want to answer the question? You got it there?
Yeah. Yeah, confirming me 29.3.
Which says, Councillor Wade, an amendment must not be contrary to the motion. Okay, so we're moving on.
Sorry, can I just ask a question? Are we sure that saying it should be a different form of housing is contrary to the motion? Like most of the intent remains that it be rental housing, that no capital grants or ongoing funding from council is required, that there's 50 homes, like most of it's the same.
Through you, Mayor. Councillor Wade, I've read it and I think it is different. and I think it is different to the officer recommendation and the motion that's been moved. So.
On that basis, I'm going to move on. Councillor Wade.
I'm allowed to ask questions, Mayor. Like, I'm not trying to be obnoxious.
I'm not stopping you. I'm just giving you the call.
Okay, could I please, my other one, I really don't think is significantly different, and I think I should be able to move it as an amendment. It's just removing the car parking requirement and saying that housing should be tenure blind.
The second alternate motion 2, I think it's called, is for to take out some well, if we can just put it on the screen. You are right, it's not in contradiction. I think that's fair call. So can we just get that on the screen first up? It is on the screen. So very briefly, can you just explain, don't speak to it at this stage, please, just what this amendment is?
So it's just to delete that some on-site resident parking is to be provided, and I'll speak to that in a second, and it's adding the words, should market housing be necessary, the development will be tenure blind with no obvious distinctions between market or affordable housing dwellings or communal areas.
Okay, so I'm not going to accept that. Councillor Alliston, will you accept that?
No.
Okay, would you like to move that as a separate standalone motion?
Yes, I would.
Okay, so you have got 3 minutes. Are you ready?
Do I have a seconder, Mayor?
Sorry, good point. Is there a seconder for this? Councillor Crossland, thank you. So Councillor Wade, you've got 3 minutes starting now. Thank you.
Okay, so the reason that I'm moving this is we've put K in there, and I'll address in a minute my kind of concerns about affordable housing in itself, but I will be voting for this motion either way. I just have some concerns. But we're talking about affordable housing. We want to make sure, we've seen studies all over the world, like we've seen cases of where affordable housing is put into a building, they are given a separate entrance where the affordable housing residents enter separately to the people who have paid market price. I think most people, I hope, would agree that it's pretty yuck. You know, if we're saying that these people are members of our community, if this is a development on council publicly owned land, to say that these people have to enter through separate entrances, it kind of stratifies people by class, by income levels. It's just not very nice. So if we're left in the situation where we need to include 20% market dwellings, which, you know, I'm prepared to accept later, I think we should make sure that the development is tenure blind, that all of these people access this building through the same entrance, that they are not separated out. In terms of the on-site resident parking, I haven't actually imposed a cap. I'm not saying no parking, that's not what this says. It's just leaving it open to the development partner to put forward an option without parking. So the reason that I wanted to delete the requirement that it includes some on-site resident parking is because on-site resident parking can increase the price of apartments by tens of thousands of dollars. Like, there are studies showing tens of thousands of dollars just for those parks. So as soon as we need to include any, and it's vague about how many, but it says some, so as soon as we're including some, it's basically driving up the cost of a bunch of these apartments. The way that this motion is framed is it's a discount from market rate. So it's not a percentage of people's income. If it's a discount from market rate, it means that people will have to be paying a higher amount for this car parking. If the developer or whoever we partner with, the housing provider, says, hey, we think this parking is important and we think that for the community being served needs this car parking, okay, cool, this is still open to that. It is not precluding that. All it does is it says, hey, let's give the housing provider partner an option to maximise housing, to maximise other things we might want to see in the development. Maybe there'll be a community cafe downstairs, who knows? But it's giving a little bit more flexibility to them to put in more housing, to put in more good things, if they want to. But if they think the parking is required, they can still put in parking.
20
so
seconds.
That is what I'm trying to do here, and I really hope it's accepted because I do think it complements what is in the officer recommendation.
Councillor Crossland.
Thank you. I'm supporting this because agreeing with everything that Councillor Wade has just stated, we have examples where we do not have tenure blind entrances in Melbourne at similar kind of developments, and they're not great outcomes. They're not respectful. They're not the kind of outcomes that we would like to see, and this has been found in numerous studies as well, that it goes against kind of genuine integration of different people from different parts of our community. So therefore, that's one of the reasons I'm supporting that. In terms of the car parking is known to be a significant cost contribution to development. If we give them the option to not include car parking, that could potentially reduce the overall cost significantly. And we've seen that throughout Melbourne, where there are developments that are car-free or particularly car-light, the overall costs are significantly lower. So I think that is actually really a positive. I also note that it's literally across the road from a train station. There's a bus route out the front. We've got places that are getting developed 10 plus kilometres from the city that are car-free or car-light. We're so much closer here. I think it's a good opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Crossan. Would anyone else like to speak? I should say, for or against this amendment from Councillor Wade and Crossland. I'll speak to it. We'll talk in a minute about the project, which is drop dead the most exciting project that this council has ever done, and I'll speak to that when the motion is put, because this amendment is specifically about two things. I think this is just, they're nonsense amendments. I can't think of a nicer word. Number one, tenure. This is the most left-wing progressive, like you've got a frigging communist who's the mayor. I mean, Joe, I'm just exaggerating a bit. The idea that we would have tenured, that we would have a separate entrance for poor people, like who in their right mind thinks that Yarra Council would ever do that? It's built into the motion that this is for workers. And if we do have to have some private in it, which it's definitely not a number one option, the idea that they would have their own separate lift, that this council would do that, it's a paper tiger that's been created tonight. You know, we've all seen the articles in The Guardian, in The Age about horrible, double standards and all that, and it's disgusting. Absolutely. As somebody who was born and bred, I wasn't born with a silver spoon in my mouth. I was born in public housing. I know what it's like to be looked down on. The idea that this council would ever build something and have separate entrances for poor people, it's something that we would never do. In terms of parking, this is a project for workers, for essential workers. Now, we all want a massive development and expansion of public transport, but the facts of life is that working people, when they go to work, some of them need cars. Not all of them, some of them do. Hopefully that's as low as possible because it's next to a train station. There's buses on Hoddle Street. You can walk in distance from a lot of things. But the fact of the matter is, in Australia, the way it's currently situated, to say you can have a whole office block full of workers with zero parking is utopian. And it's actually, this amendment, in my humble opinion, is trying to trip over this project, but just doing it in a little bit of a shifty way. So I think we should reject these two amendments. And would anyone else like to speak on it? Councillor Davies and then Councillor Aston.
I just want to lead on from the Mayor's point on the car parking. Speaking as someone who was born with a middle-class spoon in his mouth, however, I did and was a tradesperson working with $99 a week as a first-year apprentice with a bank card, and that was it, and that's all I had to actually get through the week. You rely on your car for your first job and your second job and the other part-time job you have to pay your bills. That's the reality of frontline essential workers, baristas. These people are working night shift, graveyard shift. They're not working it around the corner. They're doing it in hours where they can't work on public transport. They can't work through. We're talking about people who aren't working regular 9-to-5 jobs in an office necessarily. We need to provide flexibility for how they earn their living and move forward in life. So I can't really accept this amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Aston.
Yeah, I'm just going to say that the idea of not having parking when we're talking about a location that is already in a heavily residential area with very, very tiny streets, and there is already a massive issue of available parking for residents around there. So to say that these things would need, that people living there with cars would need to be forced to park on the surrounding streets is just going to cause more tension in the community. And whether or not people need cars for work is irrelevant. If a person wants to have a car, they should be able to have a car. The idea that people only need cars for work is a furphy. People need cars to go and visit their friends in the burbs. They need cars to go down to the beach on a hot day. They need cars to be able to live their life if that's how they choose to do so. And I say this as someone who doesn't own a car. Right? I understand when people don't have cars. I understand when people decide to get around with public transport, bikes, etc., because that is how I choose to get around. But I am no way in shape or form going to turn around and say to people, if you want a car and you can afford to have a car and you want to run a car, that somehow we are not going to make sure that in the place where you live, there is somewhere to safely park that car rather than to go and park on the surrounding streets and to cause further tension in sharing our already very, very stretched public streets and resources. So I just think this is ridiculous.
Okay, anyone else want to speak on this amendment? Okay, we'll vote on the amendment. All those in favour of the amendment, please raise your hands. Councillor Wade, Councillor Crossland, all those against the amendment, please raise your hand. Aston, Harrison, Jolly, McKenzie, Ho, Gomez and Davies, that amendment is lost. We're back to the officer recommendation moved by myself and Councillor Aston. My 3 minutes start now. So in a nutshell, what we're trying to do is have a project aimed at essential workers, the missing middle, not those who can afford to pay market rents or buy a house, and then on the other extreme, those who are in public and social housing. On the latter, we've got a big campaign as a council to support other councils and other members of the community to save and expand and improve public housing and social housing in Victoria. This is aimed at people who are working. They don't qualify for public or social housing, but they can't afford to live in the inner city because of the high rents. And they are overwhelmingly people in hospitality, nurses, firefighters, essential workers, and also hospitality workers who keep our local economy alive. The vast majority of them are young. Many of them were born and bred in Yarra, went to school in Yarra, party in Yarra, but can't afford to rent, can't afford to live in Yarra. And they get a tram or a train or even an Uber sometimes every day when they're partying here or also when they're working here. But they're the ones that make your coffee every morning. They're the ones who treat you at the hospital. They're the people, many of whom would be workers here at the City of Yarra, but also all up and down Bridge Road and all over the area. And they're missing out right now. And what we're doing is putting our land on the table with support from either the federal or state government to have a project that's going to give brand new high quality apartments a 25.1% reduction from market rate. So if you're paying, let's say, a one bedroom in Fitzroy right now, I live in a one bedroom in Fitzroy, roughly 500, that's being very generous, 500 a week, it's going to knock it down to about 380. That is life changing if you're a young person. You can have breathing room to save for a mortgage, to save to live, to save to travel, to pay your bills safely, and still have not like a brand new apartment in the inner city. It's friggin' amazing. And if we do it, we're going to try and get other councils to follow suit. That's not in as a replacement to our campaign to save and extend and improve public housing and social housing, but as an adjacent thing too. And I have to say, the officers, Sam Hewitt-Fadi and Rachel Hornsby, I've worked very, very closely with them as mayor. They are amazing officers. I just want to thank you three, and obviously leadership of the CEO as well, to get us this far. And I'm really, really hopeful and fingers crossed that we can get people interested in it in the market, but also the federal and state government, because this won't happen without their support. Yeah, I just think it's one of these things that if we do, it could spread nationally, and we can say it started here at the City of Yarra. Councillor Aston seconding, 3 minutes start now.
I won't say too much more because I think you said everything pretty perfectly already. But I will second the great work that the officers have done. This is a fantastic piece of work. I think it's really important to note that right now this is a concept, it is an idea, and we are taking this out to the community to get their feedback on it and to understand other people's views, which is important. We may get feedback back that makes us rethink some of these principles, and that's fine. But in order to go out, these are very, very solid, good principles with which to go out and to test. I do really think that the idea that we wouldn't try and at least make this work and do everything we can to make this work would be a real shame. The idea that we might be able to do something that could set the tone for other councils and for the government to try other ways of delivering affordable housing, it's really, really exciting, and it's an opportunity that we just can't miss, because that missing middle, so to speak, people who do have jobs and they're well employed, but they just don't earn enough to stay in Yarra, which is becoming increasingly expensive. I just think that this is such an exciting opportunity to try and do something for those people who are otherwise underserved. And I think the Mayor hit on a really important point there. When people are paying a significant discount in their rent, they have an opportunity to save for a deposit so that then they can actually move into a home of their own, and we can free these properties up for other people to get the same opportunity. And that is really exciting, because that is one of the things that makes it harder for people to get their own property now, is that ability to save a deposit while they are also paying exorbitant rent. So I'm really excited about this. I really hope that we go out to consultation with this and that we actually have the ability to move forward with it.
Thank you. Would anyone like to speak on this motion? Councillor Deputy Mayor Mackenzie.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm really excited to see this come up. It's something that we have been talking about from day dot on this council. It's something that a project on this land is something I campaigned for, something the Mayor campaigned for, and something that many other councillors in this room campaigned for. But we wouldn't have had to campaign for it. In fact, had the proposal that was put to this council in 2021 gone through by the council at the time, we might be looking at 30% social and affordable, so 30% social housing on the site, 20% affordable housing, and some private housing, as well as community rooms. Now, that proposal that went to this council would have cost a lot. It would have needed the state's input, but the state was ready to give us the cash. It was an idea that was put to us by the local member at the time, Richard Wynne, who was also the planning minister at the time. And so, yeah, I think there's a lot of good in this. Is it perfect? No. Affordable housing isn't the only type of housing. We are doing our bit, but we would have had social housing on that site had this council okayed it, and they didn't, and this is where we're at, and we're at a different state in a state government that doesn't have the sort of cash they were willing to give us back then, and that is something that I hope that councillors who were on that council at that time reflect on as we move forward on what I think is an excellent and ambitious project, but a project that, sure, I would have loved to see social housing on this site, but we are doing what we can with what we have. The Mayor has been working very hard all year in every single meeting that we have had with politicians from all sides of government to talk about this project, to advocate for this project, and I expect that will continue into the future.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak on this matter? Councillor Crossland.
Thank you. Look, I just wanted to touch on a few things. Appreciating I supported the amendments before, it wasn't to take away from this project. I'm happy to support this motion. But I did want to just flag, it was about bolstering the very things that have been talked to today about what you're hoping to achieve. And it was literally going to do that. About trying to reduce the costs in terms of potentially getting rid of the parking. This is meant to be for locals. So when saying they have to have a car to get to work, there are some instances where people will have to do that. But when it's already been referenced today that most of those people are already catching the bus, catching the train, or riding into Yarra to go to wherever it is they're going, to wherever they're working, it just kind of made the point clear that that could have been an opportunity for a cost saving. I also just wanted to point out there was no commitment by the state government for funding. We did ask, there wasn't one. There was word of it, there was nothing in writing, and we would have welcomed that opportunity for that discussion if it had been provided to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wade.
Yes, I also wanted to start by thanking officers, in particular Rachel and Fadi. I think the work's been really impressive. I've been really impressed by all of the answers to the questions that we've had, and all of the kind of explanations that have been given to make sure that councillors fully understand this project, and also taking on board feedback around the kind of scope and scale. And there's about, I don't know, I think 100 moving parts, and so I really appreciate the time officers have taken. I think this proposal is a lot better than what came to the council last term, which is why I will be supporting it tonight. It is a complicated project and there are issues with it, which I will speak to, but I think I agree with what Councillor Aston said about putting it out to the community and they can raise some of those concerns with the various parameters. My alternate motion that wasn't put through for governance reasons, which I accept, was to try to change it to public and community housing. That is obviously a significantly different project to what is before us tonight, so I appreciate that it would have had to be an alternate motion, not an amendment, which I did not appreciate in advance. The reason that I wanted to do that is because we've got between 55 and 66,000 households on the waiting list for public housing at the moment. And at the last count in 2024, the most urgent housing needs had to wait more than 19 months for a home. So for me, on this public land, the highest and best use would be to put public and social housing. It's across the road from where the state government is currently proposing to demolish the housing towers. As the Mayor said, we completely disagree with that demolition project, but it is still on the cards. So if we've got a piece of council land, a parking lot that we can use for housing, I think it should be used to house the people who are most in need. I completely agree that there is a massive gap in affordability for all spectrum of humanity in the inner city at the moment, / not even just in the inner city, everywhere. There is a real housing crisis. But if there's a bit of public land and you can find money to put community members most in need on it, that's who I think should be on it. I also am just slightly concerned about this concept of key workers working in the city of Yarra. I think it sets up some difficult propositions around, for example, what if somebody loses their job? Do they lose the roof over their house? What if somebody finds a new job that's better, but it's not in the city of Yarra anymore? Do they have to move house to take on a better job that better fits their needs? What if they're offered a promotion? Are they kicked out of their house because, you know, they're a nurse who's gone up the pay scale? Like, that should be a great thing. That should be celebrated. You shouldn't be kicked out of your home. So I think work needs to be done on that, and I'm very keen to hear from the community in this consultation process about that tension. I also think that there are lots of vulnerable members, like Uber Eats workers, for example, who are excluded from that working in the city of Yarra.
Your time has run out, Councillor White. Thank you.
Yep.
Any other councillors want to speak on this motion? Okay, sorry, Councillor Davies, apologise.
There's been a great many things said tonight. I think particularly the Mayor covered everything. But just to recap, and I think also the Deputy as well, this is ambitious. This is exciting. I think it's a great job from the officers. Affordable housing, when I speak to people in their 20s, and I employ a number of them, that's probably their greatest anxiety is how they're going to afford their own home at some point in their life. I think this is a great step forward to see how we can establish new options and new ways of providing a step towards home ownership. And in the first case, allowing people, frontline workers, men and women in blue, nurses, childcare teachers who service our kids here, people like that, to bring them closer to our community, have them work in our community. It's a key principle of what we want in our council plan as well. And it's a lot of what community asks for us is to have people who are invested in our community live with us as part of our community. And so I think this is a great step forward. I'd like to say to the Mayor, good on you, well done. It's a great idea. It's going to set a new path. Fantastic.
Thank you. Anyone else like to say anything? Just exercise my 2-minute right of reply. I wasn't going to say anything, but like, you know, butter wouldn't melt in the mouth of some people. I mean, you've got a situation where, oh, this is only an attempt to bolster the motion. I mean, the reason that some of us are a little bit suspicious about that is coming back to the points that Deputy Mayor Mackenzie made. We debated all of this 6 years ago when it wasn't affordable housing for essential workers. It was social housing project with a bit of private, where we had, during the Big Bill campaign, Dan Andrews throwing money around like it was going out of fashion, basically, and we had an opportunity to do this. It was a massive debate here at the council. I think it was a 6-3 vote. I was one of the three. It might have been a 7-2 vote. I was one of the three or one of the two. It's all over the edge. You can Google it tonight when you get out of here. We could have had social housing, and if we'd done it back then, it would have been built by now. So we'd be driving home down Hoddle Street, like say maybe Councillor Mackenzie drives down Hoddle Street on her way home or cycles down there, and there would be bunches of social housing tenants living next to Collingwood Tunnel as we speak. That didn't happen, and what we were told at the time was that we were going to get community facilities, neighbourhood houses, this and that and the other. Well, we never saw that. We never saw a single thing, but that's what we were promised. That was the alternative to the housing project. That's all in the minutes of the council meeting. So I just think that, you know, the past is the past. We're not going to get diverted by this sort of stuff. We're going to do this. We're going to push through, and we're going to be the first council to do it. It's not going to be perfect, but it'll be super exciting. And we can all say, in 5-6 years' time, when this thing, well, it'll be less than that, when it's built, and young people are living there, working people in this area, we can say we were part of that. It's really, really an amazing thing, and hopefully we can then leverage that to hassle other progressive councils to do the same. That's that. Okay, so with that, I think we have to vote on the council officer recommendation moved by myself and Councillor Aston. All those in favour, please raise your hand. That is unanimous. Thank you. We'll move straight along. And I'll just say this. I know we're on to 7.3, Community Engagement Policy Review. We've got no more resident registrations for the rest of the evening, but let's try and, within the realms of good governance, power through as best we can. So 7.3, are there any questions to Sarah J. Chung, the Strategic Engagement Coordinator, from councillors? Would anyone like to move the officer recommendation? No? Councillor Wade?
Yes, I circulated an alternative motion.
Yes.
It's up on the screen.
I don't actually have that one.
Yes, sorry. It's up on the screen right now.
Oh, yeah, okay. Would you like to explain what it is, please?
Yes, it's just to note that safety and accessibility upgrades are a priority of this council, and for officers to provide councillors with options as to how these can be factored into the community engagement process in a future workshop alongside the results of this consultation.
Is there a seconder, Councillor Wade, for that? Councillor Mackenzie seconding. So we'll go with you first, yeah. So would you like to, you got 3 minutes to speak to that?
Yes, so this is largely just to flag to the community that safety and accessibility upgrades are something we're thinking about, and that's something that they should give feedback on during the consultation. I spoke to Councillor Harrison about this yesterday before the Transport Advisory Committee meeting. It's currently we've got a lot of projects kind of getting stalled because we don't have a very really clear sense of direction about what things we need to consult on, what things we don't need to consult on, what things we need to notify on, blah, blah, blah. I think officers have done a really good job trying to spell that out a bit more in this report, and the whole community can see it. It's clearly spelt out. But I think there needs to be a kind of more explicit conversation about, for example, this is something that I don't think should be controversial, but currently is. Can we replace a parking bay with a disabled parking bay? And so this is just trying to make sure that we have that conversation alongside the consultation results and anything else we find. The reason that I'm moving this tonight is I want the community to be able to think about that when they're giving their thoughts, so that we can then make sure that we discuss it. It's just to make sure that we're discussing accessibility and safety upgrades in that consult. It's trying to factor that in so that we can give clear instructions to our officers so that our officers aren't a bit stuck, not understanding that we are okay with them putting in disabled parking bays, which it currently is an issue.
Thank you. Councillor Mackenzie? No? Anyone like to speak to this motion, yay or nay? No? I'll move. Councillor Harrison?
Look, yes, Councillor Bay did consult on this. After further consideration, I really had issues with this simply because I know that we're starting on the parking and curbside strategy. So we actually have work going on in this space that we would probably be addressing these issues around how we might introduce things like accessible parking bays, etc. So I guess I was concerned that we were actually preempting other work that council is embarking on that we will consult with the community on, not and equally the community engagement that we're about to approve that we go to, that is the opportunity for people to provide feedback. And I'm very mindful of the recent consultation that's happened on the intersection upgrades, where we know that many of those projects would not have gone to a community consultation, but when that went to consultation, we've had 555 people make submissions through Have Your Say and by attending a pop-up. The previous Transport Action Plan, where many of those projects have their origins, had 91 people make submissions. So that is a kind of key concern for me, that we, really potentially preempting what the community might have to say in this consultation.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak on this matter? Okay, you've got a right of reply here. Yep.
Yeah, I won't say much, just that like my assumption is that this council would draw the line to say projects like those intersection upgrades would go to community consultation, but these other things like a disability parking bay wouldn't. And that's what the community engagement policy is about. And if we can't have if we can't be clear about what we consult on and what we don't, I'm not really sure what the community engagement policy is for. I also am not trying to preempt the results of the consultation. In fact, I'm trying to elicit thoughts as part of the consultation, because we know that if we sometimes don't elicit those thoughts, as we just had that discussion in Linear Park, it means that people don't know what they need to give feedback on. So it's trying to ask people, hey, like, how does safety and accessibility factor into what you think we should be consulting on? How does it factor into how we consult? Like, I think it's an improvement, and I tried to water it down from what I originally sent Councillor Harrison to try to just make sure that we're not preempting anything. I've tried really hard to not preempt, so I would really hope that my colleagues would support this. Yep.
Sorry, no, it's we've got to vote on it now, sorry. So Councillor Wade and Mackenzie's motion, as it's the alternate motion as on the screen there. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Wade, Crossland, Jolly, Mackenzie and Davies. All those opposed. We've got Aston, Harrison, Ho and Councillor Gomez. So that's passed. Okay, so we move on to 7.4. 7.4 has been done. 7.5, draft ageing well policy. No registrations. Do we have any direct questions to Lauren Kinjaki? No? Would anyone like to move the officer recommendation? Councillor Harrison, have you got a seconder to that? Councillor Mackenzie seconding? We're swapping around. Okay, so Councillor Mackenzie's moving.
Great.
So yeah, you've got your 3 minutes, Councillor Mackenzie, starting now.
Yes, I won't have much to say other than I think that the work that has gone into this so far is brilliant. I am on the Active Ageing Committee with Councillor Harrison, and I'm not being biased, but I think it's one of the best committees that we have. I'm really looking forward to this going out to the community and what they have to say. A few weeks ago, we had we had lots of events for Seniors Month, and they were wonderful. One incredible event that we had was Dancing from the Heart, and it was a whole bunch of ethnic seniors groups coming and teaching dance steps. They were meant to be easy. I don't think starting a box step on your left foot is easy, but, you know, this is fine. And it just showed me that people want to come together and people want to move, and there's a whole bunch of that in this draft. So I will have more said about it once we get the community feedback back. But thank you. I'm really excited this is going out. I'm really looking forward to seeing what people have to say about it.
Councillor Harrison.
Look, I just reiterate those points. I've just joined this committee, and I think it's really exciting that this policy is going out, and I'm very keen to hear the community's feedback so that this can be moved forward.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak on this? Councillor Aston.
Just very quickly, second everything that they have said, fully endorse. I do want to say that the thing that I really like about this is it's aiming to come up with something that is evergreen, something that doesn't require us to constantly go back and revisit and redo it, that can be something that lasts and stands the tests of time. And I think that's really, really important, because every time we have to redo these things, it takes time, it takes effort, it takes energy and resources, and it actually means that we can do less because we're constantly having to come back and revisit other things. So I really commend the officers for taking this approach. I think it's very, very sensible and well done.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak on this? Okay, I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hand. That is unanimous. Thank you, everybody. We move on to 7.6. Yarra Rainbow Policy, no registrations to speak. Any questions to Christina Del Frete? Or Malcolm, I should say. Any questions? No. I'm quite moving the officer recommendation. I'm quite happy to second it. Councillor Crossland, your 3 minutes start now.
Thank you very much. First of all, thank you so much to officers Obviously not the whole team's here tonight, but a lot of work has gone into this with engaging the community over a long period of time. I think it's great that this piece of work has been further developed and we're now at a point where we get to adopt it, which is really awesome. This is off the back of having our first strategy prior to this. It's been a really exciting journey seeing the evolution of what was in that to where we are now, and gives us some direction of where we'll be moving forward to making our community more inclusive, more thoughtful when it comes to things with the LGBTIQA+ community. And overall, I think this is a great piece of work. So thank you very much.
In seconding, I just want to highlight one aspect of the rainbow policy, which was the stats that showed that members of the LGBTIQ+A community in Yarra feel much more threatened physically and experience much more violence than the rest of the community. So we, pat ourselves on the back, and we've done, the situation's changed so much over the years, especially in Yarra. However, the fact of the matter is there's so much still to go, and that was really striking. And if you do have time to read that report, it's right at the start. It's an addendum to or an attachment to the report tonight. It's actually quite striking that in an area that we think it's really queer friendly, and we've got this situation. So hopefully it's more perception than reality. Unfortunately, from what I'm hearing from certain people, it's actually not. And it's really good that that was highlighted, honestly. But I know, once again, as I said last time, thank Councillor Crossan for leading the charge on this from the councillor cohort. And I'm really happy to be supporting him on the Rainbow Advisory Committee. So that's me done. Would anyone like to speak on the Rainbow Yarra policy? Councillor Gomez.
Thank you, Mayor. I endorse the work done by Councillor Crossan and others to get this going. My only comment is Yarra is a pretty special place, and we do many things to support I use the rainbow community because I can't spell out all the letters. I've seen conservative organisations like bowls clubs do pride events, combined with what we do with Midsummer and all the other ways in which we celebrate the community. I think it's a wonderful place to live, so I endorse this motion to my fellow councillors.
Thank you. Anyone else want to speak on this? Okay, sorry, Councillor Wade.
Sorry, I will. I just wanted to echo your comments, Mayor. We've seen an increase in targeted homophobic attacks on queer men in particular, and it's extremely concerning, and for some reason hasn't received a huge amount of media attention. Men are being lured into unsafe spaces and attacked, and this has happened on many, many occasions now. I understand that Victoria Police have actually been really active on this and working really closely with the queer community to try to improve the situation and to prevent these things from occurring, but I think it's something that we all need to reflect on because like everybody else has said, we think of Yarra, we think of Melbourne as quite a safe space for queer people, and it's still not. And so I think we're really lucky that we've got such a brilliant team here at Yarra working on these things. Christina is obviously the author of this report, but we've also got Renee, who does amazing work in this space, and I know Malcolm and Kerry and team are all fabulous supporters as well. So a big thank you to all of them for their work, and to our queer community for constantly engaging with us and telling us how we can do better. It's great to see.
Councillor Crossan, would you like... Oh, sorry, Councillor Davies.
Yep, just a quick thanks to Councillor Crossan for being at the centre of a lot of this great work, and also to the officers. It's a very meaningful document and an important one for our community.
Councillor Crossan, would you like to exercise your right of reply?
Just to say thank you to all colleagues for everything they've said tonight. I'm really excited about this and thank everyone that's participated in it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Crossan. All those in favour of the policy, please raise your hand. That is passed unanimously. We move on to 7.7. Proposed discontinuance of road abutting 74 to 76 Rose Street, Fitzroy. There are no registrations to speak. Are there any questions to officers? As ward councillor, I'm very happy to move the officer recommendation. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Crossland. We've discussed this a bit before, so I think it's just essential for the development of a particular building on that site. It's not very controversial. I'm getting no pushback from residents in Fitzroy. So, Councillor Crossland in seconding, do you want to speak? No. Okay, any questions? All those in favour of the officer report, please raise your hand. That is passed unanimously. Thank you. We'll move on to 7.8, Quarterly Community Report, Quarter 1. No registrations to speak. Emily Wooden and Mark Ward are here to take questions. If you have any questions, Councillor Aston has got a question on quarterly report. Emily and, oh, actually, it's obviously Mark. John. Yep. Welcome. We've got the heavy guns here. CFO.
Hi, I'm actually glad that John's there because they're mostly financial questions. There's a couple of mentions throughout that additional funds have been provided to various activities. So the one I noted down particularly is the extra $70,000 to cover the maternal childcare service relocation. We originally allocated $50,000 in the budget to that, this additional $70,000. Can you please tell me where that comes from?
I've just got told by the CEO that's more of a Sam Hewitt question or answer, please.
Through you, Mayor, if you're happy for me to answer from here.
Yes, please.
So the scope of the, at the start when the council allocated 50,000, the scope of the works was unclear, the scope became clear. Through the mid-year budget review, so it's in advance, we had to make some provision for the additional funding, but we're clear where the money is coming from because there are some projects that have been completed by officers that have realised savings. But we will wrap all of those ups, those unders and overs in the mid-year budget process, which Council will receive in February.
Councillor Aston.
There's some mention there around vacant positions and savings that have been made through those, or not savings, less expenditure due to some vacant positions not having been filled yet. You may need to take this on notice, but if you can answer as best you can, that would be great. Whether or not those unfilled positions have affected the council's performance. And additionally, with the higher work cover premiums, were we expecting that or were they unexpected? And are they likely to be ongoing so that we actually have to set a higher baseline for the budget for work cover moving forward?
The CEO will answer those questions. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. So with regard to vacant positions, no, but we do watch recruitment and replacement of roles really carefully. So it's one of the levers that we can manage and have done so. But there are some roles that there's a sort of automatic replacement. So they're core roles where the EFT doesn't change. Early years is an example of that. So they've got a sort of pre-approval. They just go straight to recruitment. It's not, our budget has a factor of 5% vacancy factored in already, and mostly that's timing, so it goes up and down. So I'm not worried about performance in sort of front-facing roles or actually delivery of the council plan at this point at the end of the first quarter. With regard to the work cover, that's a timing thing, so that's actually something that came in after the budget is struck. It won't go down. So work cover costs and work cover premiums are increasing across the sector. There's been a lot of reports about that. So that's a permanent adjustment and it will be our starting point for budget next year.
Councillor Aston, are you moving the officer recommendation when you can finish your, just 1 second, when you finish your questions, will you move the officer recommendation or not? It's a simple question. Yeah, Councillor Davies.
Yeah, cool. Hi. Page 314 or 32 of the quarterly community report. Can you just talk to the statement where it says the result highlights the challenge in the council generating enough cash to fund future capital works without borrowing? You've got a chart up there and it's more for the community than anything, but can you just talk to that chart and tell us what that tells us for 25-26 forecast?
CFO.
Thank you for your question, and through you, Mayor. That chart represents Council's adjusted underlying result, which is an accounting result based on taking some non-recurrent revenue out of the net surplus. So Council always will want to post a surplus and a positive adjusted underlying result, because that is one of the key measures of financial sustainability. So when we talk about the ability to pay back our borrowings, that is another one of our key financial sustainability KPIs. So that's the link there.
Right. Thank you. Another question. Yep, far away.
Sure, sorry. Just moving to, it is a question about employment. At the moment, we've got $146 million in rates, and we've got what I can see is 106 million roughly in employee costs. Is that employee costs outside of the workers' compensation that was just mentioned earlier? Is that the total employee cost that we have? Is that all inclusive, gross, super, the lot?
That is the total, including all types of on costs.
Yep. Okay, great. And in terms of servicing those employees, in terms of the infrastructure and overhead, where would we see that in the budget in these papers? In other words, when we're looking at the FTE, how would we see the cost of actually providing the infrastructure for the employees that we're talking about here?
In terms of buildings, utilities,
hardware, software,
yeah,
the overhead.
They're spread throughout.
Right, so we can't point to a specific line item or anything like that. Okay, great. Thanks, that's it, thank you.
Councillor Gomez.
Just following on
from... Davis, can you just turn your mic? Oh, thank you.
Just following on from Councillor Davies' question, so to the CFO, so do we or don't we have a cost allocation model for all costs associated with what he just said?
We do have a cost allocation model, which is used for forecasting and budgeting, yes.
Go ahead.
Do you have a breakdown in terms of employee costs as it relates to white-collar office workers and frontline workers, blue-collar frontline workers? Do you have any sort of division of those employee costs? Is it 60-40, 70-30?
I don't know those off the top of my head.
Could we take that on notice? That would be great.
We take that on notice, okay, thank you. Sorry.
Yeah, give someone else a go.
Councillor Harrison, yeah? CEO wants to comment on this.
Sorry, Mayor, I won't take that on notice. We don't differentiate blue collar, white collar. That's kind of common vernacular rather than employment and IR procedure. So, yeah, there's just no distinguishing. What we do is the annual report, as you know, breaks down banded staff. But no, we don't. I don't know how you would define blue collar versus white collar in local government.
Councillor Harrison.
Just looking at page let me see, what is it? Sorry, bear with me. It's about the infrastructure works. It's page 294 of the agenda today. Wiltshire Street, Richmond, the footpath renewal has been deferred to a future financial year due to external redevelopment works. And it looks like there's a bit of shuffling going on in terms of capital works on footpaths and things like that. Can you just comment on how far those projects are put off? Because I guess we're getting a lot of feedback from the community about the state of footpaths, and so I guess I wanted to ask about, you know, the deferral of some of these projects, knowing that I think that council works to do these projects when they come due.
Okay, Mr. Hewitt.
From this seat, if that's okay, Mayor.
Yes, please.
It's not normal that we defer a project, but where a development begins work in a street where the council might end up doing some work that then is sacrificed by a developer, sensibly we don't waste the council's, the public's money. We defer it generally until the year that the development will occur. So we keep an eye on that. It's not our usual practice to defer, but nor is it our usual practice to waste ratepayers' money. Mayor, I've been speaking with a number of people recently about council's investment in footpaths. I've furnished those people with a list of current investment and potential future. They can speak for themselves, but they've been reasonably happy enough with that investment, and the council will soon be considering its investment priorities for 26-27, and it may very well ask for an additional investment in footpaths in the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a second to Councillor Davies?
Just on the paid parking, just so I'm really clear, paid parking revenue, am I correct in understanding that the revenue's gone up by 75,000? Is that correct?
Sorry, through you, Mayor. That is correct. That is a year-to-date number, so there may be some fluctuation through the year depending on weather and events and things like that, but that's where we stand year-to-date.
And there's two parts to this one. So if I understand it correctly, 64,000 of that 75 is digital revenue. It's come through the digital process, through the phone app. Is that correct?
I'd have to take that on notice, I'm sorry.
And the second question is infringement revenue. We've seen an increase of 1 point. It's gone up about 24%. Is that correct? Is that year to date? Is
Correct.
That, again, year to date? Great. And if someone else has got any other questions, but I've got one more. Yep. No, it's just important in terms of, I just want to, yep. Okay, sure. Let's do it. So planning, I just wanted to ask, it's a question about the times on planning because on page 298, it says, Council determined 42% of its standard applications within 60 days.
Mary Osmond, do you want to respond to that question?
Yeah. I just want to, the question is, what is the medium number of days? Because when I look at the Vic government's Know Your Council, it states us as 119 days as our medium number of days to between receipt of planning application and the decision on the application. Can you confirm that that number corresponds to where we are?
Ms Osmond.
Through you, Mayor, I don't have the exact median date in front of me, but the median date does not factor in timeframes for people to submit further information or advertising period. It's the total number of days that an application is in with council.
Okay, you got any more questions?
Yep, one last one and I'll leave you all to go. Okay, so in terms of that median date, and you can take this on notice, Mary, at the moment we're 119 days, Stonington is 57 days, and Boroondara is 83. Yarra City, and this is the Victorian government, Yarra City is $5,630 per planning service, and Stonington is $3,460. Is that increase in cost the result for Yarra residents or our planning service? Is it the result of the delay in time in terms of the time it takes, or are there other reasons for that increase in cost to Yarra planning services?
Yeah, Ms Osmond.
Through you, Mayor, the cost for a planning application is dependent on the complexity of a planning application. If you look at the total development value of Yarra applications compared to Stonington or Boroondara, the total value of development in Yarra is significantly higher, which means that, in general terms, that the complexity of applications are higher, and therefore the costs to assess those, dependent on specialist services, also increases.
The CEO just wants to come in on that last question. How many more questions have you got? Okay, just do this and
just
then...
to build on Ms Osmond's response, I think it is not helpful to compare Yarra to Stonington and Boroondara on planning matters pretty much ever. I would strongly encourage councillors to perhaps look at more like cities such as Port Phillip. The Stonington and Boroondara enjoy much larger lot sizes, fewer planning controls, and our applications generate a lot more interest given the kind of cheek bowl jowl development. So, I think it's unproductive to compare to Stonington or Boroondara.
Councillor Davies, you got one more
question? Just reply. Thank you. I was just looking at what is called standard applications. So I was just looking at standard applications across other councils. So that's where I was trying to draw the comparison. But I take your point and I'll have a look at Port Phillip.
Okay, thank you. So Councillor Aston's moving, is that correct? Yeah, if we got a seconder for quarterly community report, Councillor Gomez, did you want to speak to this, please?
Oh, just really quickly. I'm really pleased to see that we are overall 92% on track delivering the council plan and exceeding the target of 75%. Let's keep that up. That would be great. These reports are really valuable to provide the community with transparency on our progress and to understand some of the great things that we're doing as well as some of the challenges that we're facing. I think what this report has uncovered for me is, which I already knew, but it's really put it smack bang in my face, is that when it comes to our financial position, there are so many variables. We have so few things that we are in control over. Whether it's revenue, we don't know if people are going to come in here and park. If it's developers, we don't know if they're going to actually start developing or not. And it's great to see that where we are underspending on various things, we're able to, buffet up other things that we're doing, and that sort of adaptive financial management. But it is really clear that the financial landscape is very, very tenuous at the moment, and I think it's really important that we keep an eye on that and think about how we anticipate some of the challenges that we need to encounter, that we will encounter, that will obviously be highlighted in additional quarterly reports moving forward. But as we move towards thinking about next year's annual plan and next year's budget, this does give us some food for thought, I think. So thank you to the officers for putting this work together. It was really informative.
Thank you. Councillor Gomez.
3 quick comments, Mayor. First of all, thank you to the officers. These community reports are being received much more, or much better by the community. People are asking me about stuff in them, so I thank the officers for doing the work. The other 2 points are, I note that the financial sustainability ratios remain healthy. I haven't gone into a lot of detail, my other fellow councillors have done, but on an overall picture, Yarra's still doing well financially. And the most important thing is that the council plan is substantially on track. So the council plan determines what we're trying to achieve in the 4 years that this council will exist, and I'm tracking that closely, and I can see that the most of the items are substantially on track. The last point is, I am concerned, like Councillor Aston, that there are some unforeseen financial impacts potentially coming our way. The increase in costs for the build of Yarra Pavilion, hopefully it's not a sign of coming times. I endorse this motion to everyone.
Thank you. Is there any essential points anyone wants to raise? Okay, all those in favour, please raise your hand. That's passed unanimously. Before we move on to 7.9, it's 3 minutes past 10. We've got 17 agenda items ahead of us. So some of them are going to be faster, so I'm really going to ask people to only talk if they've actually got something useful to say, or it's absolutely urgent. The next one is 7.9, proposed discontinuance of road abutting 58 Gibbs Street, Collingwood. I take it the ward councillor would move that. Is that a fair assumption? Thank you. A seconder to that, Councillor Crossland. Any questions to officers? There's no registrations. Councillor Wade, do you want to speak to that?
Just to say thank you, Fadi, for the finicky work that you do with these road closures. I feel like you don't get much attention when they come up because we move through them so quickly, but just we appreciate you.
Councillor Crossland? No. Anyone want to speak to this? Okay, I'll put it to the motion, to the floor. All those in favour? Passed unanimously. We move on to 7.10. Discontinuance of road in 98 Park Street, Fitzroy North. I take it Councillor Gomez will move that. Is there a seconder for that? No. Councillor Crossland, closest ward to Park Street. I think it's some of it's in your ward, actually, isn't it? Yeah. Maybe not. Councillor Gomez, did you want to speak to this?
Just very quickly, ditto to everything that Councillor Aston said about Fadi. It's finicky work. It's been going on for a while. I endorse this to everyone else.
Councillor Crossland? No, thank you. Anyone want to speak on this? All those in favour, please raise your hand. That is passed unanimously. 7.11, response to the NOM, the response to the notice of motion from Councillor Wade, road fatality and injury data. We've read there's no registration to speak. We've read the officers' report. First up, are there any questions to relevant officers on this? Councillor Wade, did you want to move the...
I have an alt motion.
Of course, yeah.
It's up. So it's just to add the words, as well as a brief update on the investigation and review conducted into any road fatalities or injuries for the quarter prior, and a new paragraph just saying an updated version of the table to be included in the minutes that corrects some issues and adds some stuff.
Thank you. Have you got a seconder, Councillor? Councillor Harrison seconding that. Councillor Wade, would you like to speak to that?
In the interest of time, I won't, but I think this is really important. I thank the officers for preparing it, and I will have more to say in future, but I won't say it now.
Thank you. Councillor Harrison. Anyone else want to speak on this? All those in favour, please raise your hand. That is passed unanimously. We're moving on to 7.12. Response to notice of motion for myself on membership of the MAV and the VLGA. No registration to speak. I'm quite happy to move the officer recommendation if this is secondary, and I'll speak to it. Councillor Crossland, thank you. So basically, I wanted to put a bit of a rocket up the backside of the MAV and the VLGA. I think their response to congestion tax, and I'm talking about the MAV in particular, response to the levy and a lot of other things, led a lot to be desired. The VLGA, they get 34k of our money every year, as you can see in the report, and I really think that they can lift their game. Since the motion was tabled and there was an article in the media, I think they have lifted their game a bit, to the degree where I still would like to, if it was up to me, if there was a dictatorship here, which unfortunately there's not, I would pull out of the VLG tonight, 100%. But I know there's not enough support amongst the councillor cohort. The MAV, I think it's more complicated. I think we have, financial and contractual arrangements with the MAV that we can't just walk away from. It's as simple as that. But the point's been made that they need to fire up a little bit. They're getting a lot of our money, especially at a time when we're under financial, I wouldn't say hardship, but there's issues. And at this stage, I'm just willing to pause my one-person war with the VLGA and the MAV for now, and accept the officer recommendation through gritted teeth. Councillor Crossland.
Thank you very much. Look, I think the MAV and VLGA do some really great work. Is there opportunity for some adjustments to be made about how they operate? Sure, but I think that's a conversation that can be had. We do have a representative in terms of Councillor Ken Gomez, who could funnel some of that feedback through and have some of those conversations. Perhaps it's part of a future MAV motion. I think there's avenues that could be explored. Having said that, they do offer some fantastic services in terms of the training that's available, networking to allow us the opportunity to learn different ideas from different organisations and their approaches, such as other councils, and their advocacy to the state government is the strongest in terms of what is available for our sector. So I think we can lean into it, but happy for conversations about how it could be done differently.
Thank you. Anyone else want to speak on this motion? Councillor Wade.
Just very briefly, I actually am also quite sceptical about the VLGA and the MAV and their effectiveness. I also think that I just did the VLGA's survey for councillors thing, and they're just absolutely obsessed by training, which makes me think that, their income is related to training, and so that's what they care about. But actually, they're meant to represent our interests and council's interests. And so I'll be voting in favour of noting the officer report, but I'll just add a bit of fire to the mayor's statements.
Thank you. Anyone else want to speak? Yeah, Councillor Davies.
I'd like to agree with everything that Councillor Wade just said.
Thank you, Councillor Davies. Anyone else like to speak on this matter? Okay, I'll put it to the floor. Those in favour of the officer report unamended. That is passed unanimously. We'll move on to 7.13. Notice to the general business item from the 8th of July this year, councillor meeting on e-bike loan. That was from Councillor Wade, if I'm not mistaken. No registrations. Any questions to officers? Okay, Councillor Wade. Councillor Aston, yes? Welcome, Vicky.
It's a really, really quick, very, very simple question. But when you say referring the initiative to Council's 27 budget planning process, I'm assuming you mean 27-28, not 26-27, but 27-28.
Through you, Mayor, no, the budget process that we're entering in for the next financial year.
So it's 26-27. Thank you for answering that question. Councillor Wade, have you got a suggested way forward?
Yes, I'd like to move the officer recommendation, please.
Is there a seconder for the Councillor McKenzie, Deputy Mayor McKenzie? Councillor Wade, you've got 3 minutes starting now.
I will again make other comments offline that don't need to be said in this chamber, but I'll thank officers for their diligent work preparing this report, and thank you if any of you have hung around just for this. I really appreciate it, and I'm sorry we didn't ask you more questions, but I look forward to potentially asking more as part of this budget process. So thank you very much for preparing this, and the substance we'll discuss in due course.
Councillor Mackenzie? No? Anyone want to speak on this? Okay, I'll put it to the floor. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Okay, there's a division on this. So we've got Councillor Wade, Harrison, Jolly, Mackenzie, Davies against.
Crossland, not Harrison.
Sorry. I'll just say that again. I'll do that again. I do apologise. So this is in favour of the motion. So it's Wade, Crossland, Jolly, Mackenzie, Davies. Opposed? Aston, Harrison, Ho, Gomez. That is passed. We'll now move on to 7.14, which is governance report. There are no registrations to speak. Direct questions to Phil Delos is sitting to my right here. Any questions to Phil? Oh, sorry, Patrick. Woohoo.
To share the load.
To share the load. Any questions to officers? Okay, anyone got a suggested way forward? Councillor Wade.
Yes, I have an alt motion, but I will foreshadow in advance. I'm very happy to take an amendment to that. I'll explain it. So the alt motion is just to move the ceremonial meeting from the 11th to the 17th, just so that it stays on a Tuesday like every other meeting we do, so that people's work, childcare, etc. arrangements can stay consistent. But I'm very happy to accept Councillor Gomez's amendment to this as well.
Is it from memory, did Councillor Harrison have a motion as well on this? No. Okay, so there's just one alternative motion, and it's that simple change for next year's. It's not the one tomorrow, it's next year's one. Sorry, have you got a seconder for that? I'll second that, yeah. So it's pretty much officer recommendation with that one minor change. Does anyone want to speak on this matter? Councillor Aston.
I'm not going to support this because I just don't think we should be pushing out the date of the next mayor's election by 6 days. I don't see that it's a problem to have a meeting and then another meeting the next day as we're proposing to do this year, personally.
So sorry, I should have asked for the mover and seconder to speak. I thought you were going to ask a question, but we'll take that as we'll go back to, are there any questions to Councillor Wade? Questions, not statements. Okay, Councillor Wade, you've got 3 minutes starting now.
Yes, so the reason for this is just, I have to have another job. I know other people have to have other jobs. My other job is Wednesday to Friday. It is not 9 to 5. It is extremely difficult for me to make Wednesday meetings. We have a really standard setup. It seems really appropriate to me that we keep that standard setup and we have Tuesdays. I am sure whoever the council selects tomorrow night could do 6 days extra very capably at the end of the year without causing major dramas. And in the meantime, it would give some consistency to community members about when council meetings are. It would give consistency to councillors about when council meetings are. It would allow people to arrange their lives in a way that I think is just frankly easier. And just again, Councillor Gomez, I am very happy to take your amendment if you want to move it. So I hope this is uncontroversial. It's just to try to make it a little bit easier for the community and for councillors to arrange their lives.
In seconding the motion, I'd just say that one of the things, what I've noticed in all the time I've got in council is that the vast majority of councillors of all persuasions, even ones I didn't get on with, they all work really, really, really hard. And it's really, really hard to be a councillor because you've got to hold down a full-time job because you only get paid an allowance. And that's really, really tough for working people. Anyone who's got a full-time gig, whether it's a student or a worker, to be a councillor. And therefore, making it as accessible, council meetings accessible as possible to people who are whether you're a lawyer or running a business or working as a construction worker, whatever it might be, is really, really important. And therefore, I think what Councillor Aston said in her question stroke statement is actually true. You know, it is a bit of a weak gap, like a W-E-E-K, not W-E-A-K weak. And I take that as a weakness of this motion. Sorry, I'm doing puns here by mistake. But I think the more important thing is to make it easier for people to be able to get councillors to be able to get to meetings. Otherwise, what happens is people who are retired, you know, the idle rich, they can become councillors and just swan in, swan out. And I know when I was working on site, it was really, really hard for me to get to daytime things, and to have them on one set day does make it a lot easier, and that's why I'm supporting this slightly amended motion. And would anyone else like to speak on this matter? Councillor Gomez.
Can I ask a question, sir? I'm just a bit confused. It's a long night and I'm struggling. So you are supporting the moving of the night of the election of the mayor and the deputy mayor from tomorrow to next Tuesday? Is that correct?
No, it's next year. It's next year's.
Oh, gotcha. Sorry, my apologies, my confusion.
No worries at all. Anyone else want to speak on this matter? Okay, well, I'll actually, sorry, Councillor Crossland.
Sorry, I just wanted to make a really quick comment, because this is something that the VLGA actually did touch on in their councillor census that they did, where they engaged with councillors across the state, and one of the findings was the difficulty for people to be able to meet their requirements of being a councillor and balancing that with their other commitments, and that is reflected in disproportionate numbers of people that are typically older, more retired, being representatives, and younger people not putting their hand up because they can't actually make it balance with their other commitments.
Thank you, Councillor Crossland. Anyone else like to speak? Councillor Harrison?
Look, I'll just note, I do remember governance telling us last week that there has to be an absolute majority at the election of the mayor and deputy mayor, so I think it's probably important that we try to adopt this change so that we have the best possible chance of getting everybody in attendance.
Thank you, Councillor Harrison. Anyone else? Councillor Gomez.
Again, forgiveness of the mayor. I thought it was a simple amendment just to change some misleading comments in the, not misleading comments, some changes in typos in the minutes of some of the advisory committees. Is it reasonable for me to ask for my amendment to be included in this motion?
Yes, happy for that to be included, Mr. Councillor Gomez.
Yes, I'm being a bit of a thicky tonight, but that's...
So Councillor Gomez's amendments are on the screen now, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct? Yep, and they're accepted by Councillor Wade. That's a question, not a statement. Yep, and I'll accept them too. So they're incorporated now into the motion, which means you lose your right of reply. But does anyone else desperately want to speak on this matter? Okay, so we've got the officer recommendation with the two amendments from Councillor Wade and Councillor Gomez. We're going to vote on that now. All those in favour, please raise your hand. That is passed unanimously. Oh, I do apologise. So we've got Councillor Wade, Crossland, Harrison, Jolly, McKenzie, Ho, Gomez and Councillor Davies in favour, Councillor Aston against. That is passed. Thank you all. We'll move on now to notices of motion. The first one, 8.1, Gladell Street Market. You've all read the motion. We've got no registrations to speak. Are there any direct questions to the mover, Councillor Davies? By the way, has Councillor Davies got a seconder for this motion on Gladell Street? Yeah, Councillor Ho. Are there any questions from councillors to Councillor Davies? Are there any suggested amendments? Okay, so can you please read out, or get the amendment on the screen, and then just don't speak to it, just tell us what it is, and we'll see if Councillor Davies and Ho accept it or not.
Okay, so the first thing is to add Let's Enhance Gladell Street or LEGS to the list of groups that would potentially be part of a working group, and to actually, the second bit's not there. Friends of Gladell should be deleted because that is not actually a group. Let's Enhance Gladell Street is the correct name for the group. And I think yes, and there's one more thing there, which is to change the date of the report from March to May 2026.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Harrison. Question from Councillor Wade.
Sorry, I was going to point out something governance have just done.
Okay, no worries. So we're in your hands, Councillor Davies. You can either accept or not accept. Correct.
I accept. Yep.
Councillor Ho, do you accept?
Yes, I accept.
Okay, so now we have the amended motion. Councillor Davies, you've got 3 minutes to speak to it, starting now.
Thank you. Yeah, this motion or amended motion was literally to bring the community together. Gladell Street is fast becoming a
community centre for an ever-growing Yarra and an ever-growing Richmond. This is really about taking all the stakeholders and bringing them together and connecting them with the council, which is something that we promised, at least I promised coming into the campaign for election as a councillor. This has been done in consultation with the stallholders down at Gleadle. I've gone down there, shaken hands. There's lots of different views, lots of different businesses down there. That's what makes it such a great, vibrant strip every Saturday morning. There's probably the best banana bread in Australia at the back end of one of those stalls. It is about making sure that we come together as a council, that the market is marketed and promoted and supported, and it grows in an organic way that is supported by the stallholders and everybody else around it. There's lots of stakeholders like the Richmond Bowls Club, which has parking and all these sorts of inputs into the market. The biggest thing we need to address is how we expand this market in a way that everyone feels comfortable with, how we promote it to the main street of Bridge Road, how we deal with the small things like generators or rubbish trucks next to food vendors. Those sorts of things are really important for the everyday trading of this market. I hope to see it really blossom over the years. I think having the addition of Let's Enhance Gleadle Street is a great addition, because we also need to start looking at the heritage value of Gleadle Street Market. And that's about it. I think it's a great step forward and just bringing the community and the council together and the traders.
Thank you. Councillor Ho, seconding?
Yes. Thank you, Dave. I have nothing more else to say. You already covered.
Thank you. And anyone else like to speak on this? Councillor Harrison?
So I, like Councillor Davies and Councillor Ho, have been down talking to the stallholders, people from Let's Enhance Gleadle Street and other interested parties in recent months. I have actually referred some of the feedback that have come from the stallholders to the budget process so that that can be considered, you know, ahead of any report that might be coming here as well. So I'm very keen to support the market. I'm down there pretty much every weekend. So, let's deal with this and let's see what comes from it.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak on this matter? Councillor Crossland?
Thank you. Look, I'd just like to say I do welcome the intent of this motion, and I think there are some really good aspects to it, but I did want to note that there are several aspects of it that Council has been working on over the last several years, and I would hope that the report that we receive back really does touch on that. Like there already is a working group of sorts. It may not be as expansive as what is being sought here, but there is already one in play. We had the 100-year anniversary the other year, and that was absolutely fantastic. There was an event put on, and I know that the EcoDev team had been working really hard to look at how they could further advertise the market in different forums and different ways. So I just want to say there's some really great work that's currently underway, and I'd hope that can be picked up through this process.
Thank you. Anyone else want to speak on this? Councillor, there's no right of reply because there's an amendment, so we'll put it to the floor. All those in favour of this nom? That's passed unanimously. Thank you. It just FYI, we're just going to rush through the public bit, and then we'll have a short break before the confidential, because I can see some councillors are flagging badly here, and we don't want sleeping councillors making decisions. Next one is 8.2, Notice of Motion Community Health Centres, moved by myself, seconded by the Deputy Mayor. Are there any questions to me on this? Yes, Councillor Aston. You got an amendment? Yeah. Would you like to put it up? Can we get that amendment on the screen, please? Do you want to just tell us what it is? Don't speak to it, just tell us what it is briefly.
Sorry, it's essentially to strengthen the 1.C calling for an independent review just to make it a bit more robust.
I'm quite happy to accept that amendment. So is Councillor McKenzie. So that's incorporated in. Councillor Wade has got an amendment too, I think.
Yes, I've got an amendment too.
Can we get that on the screen, please?
And it's just to include the motion that Parliament passed in the phrasing that they passed it, and not all of that yellow is a change. It's just not the A to F stay the same. It's just saying copying the state and federal member on those letters.
Yeah, I accept that. Councillor McKenzie accepts that.
Yes, no, absolutely. I just think because it's accepted on top of Councillor Aston's, the part 1 and 3, so you're talking about that we are supporting the noting of the endorsed motion. So I just want to make sure that
Yes, thank you.
the way
thank
that
you.
is written, it reflects that.
Sorry, there was more yellow and I got distracted.
Okay, that's great. So we've got 2 amendments, both accepted, combined motion. In speaking to the motion, I'm not going to go over all the points. Everybody in this room, all the councillors and all the senior staff, we all know the arguments here. This is about just having an official position of council, which we've unofficially gone out there and raised, but this is just making it official. So at this late night, I'm not going to give a 3-minute speech about the importance of co-health. Councillor McKenzie in seconding the motion.
Yeah, and same goes for me. I spoke a lot about this at the public meeting. I will just say, though, that there are groups all over Yarra who are pushing in all ways for this. It's something that is, I think, really uniting across our community, and I say keep at it, keep going, and this is what we can do as a council. Part of this is to develop a campaign committee. There's some steps we have to do before we get there, but I'm really proud of how quickly this council, councillors, but also council staff just jumped onto this because, yeah, we sit in this room and we do road closures and we do other things that, you know, are your day-to-day roads, rubbish and rates, which is incredibly important, but this is like the crux of our community. And as the Mayor said earlier, I was late today because I came from a commemoration of the 50th anniversary of the Whitlam dismissal, and this was the Whitlam government's, you know, crown jewel, things that were made by community, for community, with community, and it's really important to me that that continues on through all levels of government, and I think this is a council that really champions that and did in this moment. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Anyone else want to add anything? Councillor Davies.
Just quickly, I just want to say it was great to be down at the protest on the weekend with the Mayor and other councillors. I want to applaud the Mayor for what he said in the rain. I think the photo I took of you ended up on the Age, but it was really well spoken, and it was great to see and hear from people who depend on this facility and the services it provides. As the Deputy Mayor said, by community, for community. I think there is something that crosses the political divide in Australia, and I hope it continues, and it's a bipartisan agreement across the board that we have a health system that supports, that is a public health system that supports the community, and I hope that we can be the ones to hold that up today at Yarra Council and continue to strive for its survival.
Thank you. Councillor Harrison.
Look, I strongly endorse this today. This decision by CoHealth to close 2 clinics in Yarra, located next to the public housing with the people who are amongst the most vulnerable in our community, is, in my view, appalling. It's actually an attack on all of us because this is undermining public health. It affects the whole community. So I cannot speak strongly enough about this. It is outrageous that we are facing this attack in the community as a whole.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councillor Wade.
Very briefly, we're all in furious agreement here. I've said more in the past, I'll say more in future because I don't want to use more time tonight, but I think just the numbers sell this. It's like we know this service is needed. If anything, I've been theorising about extra services that we could add there because we need to add them there because we've got other community health organisations that are also struggling for space and need to provide more services, and yet we're losing, sorry, I'm talking about the Collingwood facility because I'm the Collingwood ward councillor, yet we're going to lose this facility right in the middle of our city that's already so well used. It's crazy. But the Infrastructure Victoria released a report today, and I thought that it was worth quoting this particular bit, is that 546,000 emergency department visits in Victoria in 23-24 could have been avoided if they were managed in primary care or community health. Public hospitals could have saved approximately 55 million in expenditure in emergency departments. So we're already in this situation where things are bad and then we make them worse. It just seems terrible. And so I completely agree with everything my colleagues have said, and it's awful, and I really, really hope the state and federal government step in to save it.
Thank you. Anyone else want to say anything? There's no right of reply. I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hand. That is passed unanimously. We'll just go rapidly through. So petitions, we've got 2 petitions tabled, both from Councillor Gomez. The first one on Edinburgh Gardens Master Plan. Councillor Gomez, we're in your hands.
Yes, so thank you, Mayor. Just, I'll do all 2 of them together. So basically, separately? Okay. So there's a letter containing 241 signatures
So a joint
from
letter,
residents.
I should say, not a petition. This is a joint letter. Yep.
A joint letter from 241 signatories requesting that Council consider the future management and planning of Edinburgh Gardens through a master plan.
And we move that petition be accepted and passed on to the relevant officers.
Correct.
Yep. Seconder, Councillor Davies. All those in favour? Thank you. And now we do have a petition in relation to Miller Street, Fitzroy North.
Thank you, Mayor. So this is a petition containing 282 signatures from residents who are requesting that Council consider the following items to slow down vehicles that cut through Miller Street. One is the installation of additional speed cushions on Miller Street, better reflectors and identification of the bicycle curb separators to stop people hitting them, and reducing the speed limit to 30 kilometres an hour and surrounding streets to try and improve the safety of all users of the streets.
And Councillor Gomez is moving that petition be accepted and passed on to relevant officers for consideration. Any Councillor Davies again seconding? Thank you so much. We'll put that. All those in favour, please raise your hand. That's passed unanimously. We're moving on to agenda item 10, which is questions without notice. Councillor Harrison.
Okay, so this is in relation to the area in Victoria Street, Abbotsford, where we've had flooding in front of Acacia Place 4 times in the last month. I wanted to ask officers to comment on who is responsible for that area, because there are serious safety concerns with people walking into Victoria Street with cars and trucks coming along the road. And we have had Melbourne Water say it's a council responsibility. I've been told by council that it's Vic Roads, so I'd like some clarity about that, but also just some feedback regarding what advocacy council officers are doing on this front, because the issue seems very acute right now.
Mr. Hewitt.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, generally drains that are attached to a Vic road belong to Vic Roads. We say that the drains along Victoria Street are Vic Roads assets. We have previously, about a year ago, reported the same drains to Vic Roads. It concluded at that time that it was its asset, so we don't think there's any dispute there. Just recently, Councillor Harrison has sent me some photographs of some localised flooding there. They were reported to our senior colleagues at DTP, at Department of Transport and Planning, who advised me that they were onto it. I followed up again today and they are onto it again today. So we'll continue. It's not just this location. We reported about 5 or 6 locations for DTP to improve maintenance efforts, including maintenance on the central median of Victoria Parade, on the northern side of Victoria Parade. So our efforts will continue as long as we say DTP is not meeting its obligations.
Thank you, Mr. Hewitt. Any other questions without notice? Councillor Gomez.
Just one quick one, Mayor. It's a question to the officers about the notice of motion that I put in last month about writing to the CEO or the General Manager of Melbourne Water to ask for a few questions, the most important one being, are we going to get an extension on the ability for residents to make a submission about the impact of the potential new stormwater flood maps on their properties?
So the deadline's end of next week
The
at the moment.
deadline is 11:59 p.m, the 21st of November.
The CEO will respond to that.
Thank you for the question, Councillor. To my knowledge, I haven't seen a response to that question. However, the M9 CEOs have a meeting this week and the General Manager of Melbourne Water is in attendance. So I will ask that person myself.
And you let the office
and I
councillors know.
will ring you.
Okie dokie. Councillor Davies?
It's regarding the cleaning of Swan Street and Bridge Road, and I'm sure other state roads that exist within Yarra. I've been made aware that there was a motion that was passed in the previous council that meant that we were no longer cleaning those streets, and I just wanted some clarity. Is that how I should understand it? And I just would like to know. It's a current permit. Can I understand? My question is, how do we revert that?
It would basically notice of motion, seek a report, that sort of thing, and then come back and then. Can we get some guidance on that question? Can somebody answer Councillor Davies' question, an officer? And then before you answer it, Councillor Harrison, you got an addendum to that?
Simply to say that there is a report coming, but Sam will comment on.
Mr. Hewitt.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, the previous council considered the cost shifting from the state government to Yarra Council to sweep the state government's roads. The council concluded that it wasn't being compensated for the cost, the significant cost to do it, and concluded that it would sweep DTP's roads twice a year. We generally do it in about July and December, so that has been continuing. At that time, the council did ask for I'm indebted to Councillor Harrison for reminding me, asked for a report within about, after 12 months of those operations to review what was, the current circumstance. So that will be done early in 2026.
And just FYI, just reminded me, it was an $800,000 cost to that. So there's a report coming back. So basically, you just have to sit tight and then we can make a decision one way or another there. Any other questions that I notice? Okay, delegates report. Any delegates reports? I don't believe there is. No. General business, none foreshadowed. Turning the page here. Urgent business, none foreshadowed. Then in the meeting, I move, before we move the meeting to be closed for confidential and a 5-minute break, can I get, because it's 10:36 and then you throw in a 5-minute break, can I just get it out of the way now? Can somebody move, say, a 30-minute extension of time? Hopefully we won't have to use it. Gomez, Wade, all those in favour? That's passed unanimously. So I also ask for somebody to move a motion that the meeting be closed to members of the public in accordance with section 62(2)(a) of the Local Government Act 220 to allow consideration, or 2020 I should say, to allow consideration of, we've just knocked back 800 years, 18 centuries, to allow consideration of confidential information. Councillor Wade, seconded myself. Pat moved. Okay, we're going to confidential. Can I suggest we come back in 5 minutes? We've got